Berlin is burning. The skies are black. The streets are broken, and the echoes of a dying empire fill the night. Inside a hidden bunker, fear and despair grip the last moments of a crumbling regime. This is the terrifying story of the fall of Berlin, 1945. Welcome to HistoricFeed, where the echoes of the past come alive in stories that are both powerful and soothing. Tonight, we begin a journey into one of the most dramatic chapters of human history, the final days of the Second World War and the fall of Berlin in 1945. Imagine a city once full of grandeur now reduced to ruins, its streets whispering the last breaths of an empire collapsing under its own weight. This is not just the story of a battle, but of ordinary people, soldiers, and leaders caught in the turning tide of history. Before we begin, I would love to invite you to be part of this growing community. If you enjoy diving into history told in a calm and thoughtful way, please consider subscribing to HistoricFeed. Don't forget to like this video. It really helps more people find these stories. And leave a comment down below letting me know where in the world you're watching from. I always enjoy seeing how our shared love for history connects people across every corner of the globe. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let's step back into 1945, where Berlin stood at the crossroads of destruction and rebirth. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Shadows over Europe. The war approaches its final act. The winter of 1945 was slowly giving way to spring, but in Europe the season did not bring flowers and sunlight. Instead, it carried with it the heavy smoke of war, the echo of artillery, and the sense that a world was collapsing. The Second World War, which had begun in September 1939, had stretched into its sixth year. Entire nations had been scarred, cities reduced to rubble, and millions of families broken apart by loss. By now the conflict had reached its decisive moment. The once mighty armies of Nazi Germany, which had spread terror and destruction across Europe, were retreating on all fronts. The German Reich, which Adolf Hitler had boasted would last 1,000 years, was visibly crumbling in less than 12. And at the very center of this crumbling empire stood Berlin, the capital that was destined to become the stage for the last and most dramatic act of the war in Europe. Berlin in 1945 was not merely a city of stone and steel. It was a symbol of power and pride, the heart of Hitler's ideology and the home of the Nazi government. Every street corner, every government building, every banner fluttering in the wind proclaimed the strength of the Reich, even though that strength was little more than a fading illusion. The people of Berlin could sense the reality that their leaders would not speak aloud. The end was drawing near, and it would not be gentle. The city had already been battered by countless air raids from the Western Allies. Entire neighborhoods had been flattened, railway stations lay in ruins, factories no longer functioned, and historic landmarks bore scars from bomb blasts. Yet Berliners carried on, living among the ruins, struggling to maintain some sense of normal life. They queued for bread, fetched water from pumps when pipes were destroyed, and huddled together in shelters whenever the air raid sirens screamed. They were a people trapped between duty, fear, and despair, waiting for the final storm. By the beginning of 1945, the military situation for Germany was dire. To the east, the Red Army of the Soviet Union had crossed Poland and was now advancing rapidly toward the Oder River, less than 100 kilometers from Berlin itself. The battles on the Eastern Front had been some of the most brutal in history, with entire armies destroyed in vast encirclements, cities reduced to ash, and millions of soldiers and civilians killed. The Soviet drive westward was fueled not only by strategic necessity, but also by vengeance. Since 1941, when German forces had invaded the Soviet Union, The Red Army and its people had suffered unimaginable horrors. The siege of Leningrad, the destruction of Stalingrad, the massacres of civilians, and the devastation of villages and towns. Now, as the Soviet soldiers pressed toward Berlin, they carried with them a determination to repay those horrors in kind. In the West, the Anglo-American forces were also closing in. In March 1945, they crossed the Rhine, breaking through the last great natural barrier that had once protected the German heartland. The British, American, Canadian, and French armies advanced rapidly across Western Germany, liberating towns, dismantling the remnants of German defenses, and uncovering the shocking evidence of concentration camps and forced labor camps that revealed the full brutality of the Nazi system. For the people of Germany, this meant that the war was pressing in from both sides, the jaws of a vice squeezing tighter every day. To many, it seemed like only a matter of weeks before the Reich would collapse entirely. And yet, inside Berlin, the leadership refused to acknowledge defeat. Adolf Hitler remained in the capital, having retreated to his underground bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery. There, deep below the ruined streets, he surrounded himself with loyal followers, military officers, and secretaries. Though the world above was falling apart, in the bunker Hitler still gave orders with the conviction that miracles were possible. He spoke of armies that did not exist, of divisions that had been destroyed but were still listed on maps, of weapons that were still in the testing stage, and of loyalty that he demanded until the very last breath. His speeches and outbursts grew more disconnected from reality as the days passed, but within the bunker, few dared to challenge him directly. To oppose him was to risk immediate dismissal or worse. For his followers, belief in Hitler had long since ceased to be rational. It was a mixture of fear, habit, and despair, the last thread holding together a collapsing system. Meanwhile, the ordinary people of Berlin were preparing in their own ways for what was coming. Refugees streamed into the city from the east, bringing with them terrifying stories of the Soviet advance. They spoke of villages burned, of looting and violence, of endless columns of Soviet tanks and soldiers sweeping across the countryside. Whether these stories were exaggerated or true mattered little. They spread fear among the Berliners who heard them. Mothers whispered about what might happen to their daughters when the Soviets arrived. Families debated whether to stay in the city or attempt a desperate escape to the west, though travel had become nearly impossible. The railways were shattered, the roads clogged with military convoys, and the skies patrolled by Allied aircraft. For most, there was no choice but to remain where they were and hope that they would survive the storm. The Western Allies, for their part, debated whether Berlin was worth the cost of taking. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander, was reluctant to push his armies into a bloody race for the German capital. His priority was ending the war quickly with the least loss of Allied lives. Berlin, he believed, was not strategically essential, especially since the Soviet Union was already so close to it. The German army was collapsing, and once it surrendered, the city would inevitably fall. But for Joseph Stalin, leader of the Soviet Union, Berlin was more than a military target. It was the greatest prize of the war, the final symbol of victory, and the place where vengeance would be sealed. Stalin insisted that the Red Army take the city, no matter the cost, and his generals began preparing for one of the largest offensives in military history. As March turned to April, the Soviet preparations reached their peak. Along the Oder River, enormous concentrations of troops, tanks, artillery, and aircraft gathered in readiness. The Red Army had learned much since the early disasters of 1941. Now its soldiers were experienced, battle-hardened, and commanded by leaders who understood both strategy and sacrifice. Marshals Georgy Zhukov and Ivan Konyev, two of the most celebrated Soviet commanders, were given the responsibility of capturing Berlin. Their armies numbered in the millions, supported by thousands of tanks and artillery pieces. Entire fields were filled with cannons lined up wheel to wheel, ready to unleash storms of fire upon the German defenses. Soviet aircraft filled the skies, preparing to strike at roads, bridges, and positions ahead. The scale of the coming battle was immense, larger than anything the world had seen before. The German High Command issued orders that retreat was forbidden, that no one must yield even a step of ground. But beneath these orders lay the unspoken truth. It was hopeless. The German army no longer had the strength, the numbers, or the resources to stop what was coming. Still, many Berliners clung to faint hope. They whispered about miracle weapons, about rockets and jets that would turn the tide, about secret divisions hidden somewhere that would appear at the last moment. Propaganda leaflets and radio broadcasts repeated the same promises, urging the people to remain loyal and resist. Yet most knew these were fantasies. The miracle weapons, such as the jet-powered Mi-262 aircraft or the V-2 rockets, were few in number and made little difference. The divisions Hitler spoke of existed only on paper. The German people were exhausted, their soldiers shattered, their nation bleeding from every wound. Hope was fragile, and despair more common. But history is rarely simple, and even in those dark days, life went on in strange ways. Berliners still lined up at bakeries when flour was delivered, though the loaves were small and stretched with substitutes. Some went to work in offices or factories, even if those buildings were half destroyed. Children, too young to understand the scale of what was happening, played in the ruins, climbing over shattered walls and broken tanks as though they were toys. Families gathered in candlelight during air raids, whispering prayers or singing songs to keep fear at bay. Human resilience, even in the face of disaster, revealed itself in small acts of normalcy. But beneath it all lay the awareness that something enormous, something unstoppable, was coming closer with each passing day. The shadows over Europe in early 1945 were long and heavy. The war was approaching its final act, and all eyes turned toward Berlin. For the leaders, it was a matter of pride, revenge, and history. For the soldiers, it was a matter of survival and duty. And for the civilians, it was simply about living one more day, finding food, and keeping loved ones safe. The stage was set for the last great battle, and the world held its breath as the storm gathered strength. Soon the cannons would roar, the skies would burn, and the city at the heart of the Reich would become the grave of the regime that had brought so much suffering to the world. The mood of Europe in the early months of 1945 was one of exhaustion mixed with anticipation. The war had been dragging on for nearly 6 years, and for millions of people it felt as if life had been reduced to rubble and fear. In countries liberated by the Allies, people dared to hope that peace was on the horizon, though they still endured shortages and destruction left behind by retreating German forces. In countries still under German occupation, the fear of the Gestapo, the threat of forced labor, and the daily struggle for food had not vanished. Across the continent, families longed to be reunited, soldiers longed to lay down their weapons, and children longed for a world without air raid sirens. Yet before that world could be rebuilt, one last titanic struggle had to be fought, and everyone sensed that its focus would be Berlin. In the minds of many people, Berlin had become more than a capital. It was an idea, a symbol of everything the war had represented. For Hitler and his regime, it had been the heart of the Third Reich, the city of parades, speeches, and grandiose architecture meant to impress the world. For the Allies, It was the fortress that had to be stormed, the place that would signify not just victory, but finality. And for the German people themselves, Berlin was at once a place of pride and a trap, a city where millions had sought refuge only to find themselves encircled by danger. The fate of Berlin was tied to the fate of the war itself, and as the months of 1945 unfolded, that fate was becoming clearer with every day to understand the shadows that hung over Berlin. One must look at the immense scale of destruction that the war had already caused. By the time the Soviets approached the Oder and the Western Allies crossed the Rhine, Germany had already lost much of what had once made it powerful. Its air force, the Luftwaffe, was a shadow of its former self, unable to stop the relentless bombing raids that reduced cities to dust. Its navy had been all but destroyed, its U-boats hunted across the Atlantic until only a few remained. Its armies, once feared across the continent, were now fragmented, under strength, and worn down by years of combat. Factories lay in ruins, oil supplies had been cut off, and the once confident voice of Nazi propaganda now rang hollow in the ears of a weary population. People knew, even if they were afraid to say it, that defeat was certain, yet knowing something and accepting it are not the same. Hitler refused to accept that Germany was beaten. His speeches, even in private, still thundered with talk of victory, of holding out until the Western Allies turned against the Soviets, of miracle weapons that would change everything. He spoke of loyalty, of sacrifice, and of destiny. He had convinced himself that Berlin was the key to everything, that if the capital held firm, Germany could survive long enough for fortune to shift. He believed that the unity of his people and the will of his soldiers could defy the overwhelming odds. But while he raged and dreamed in his bunker, the reality outside was merciless. His armies were collapsing, his people starving, and his enemies stronger than ever before. For ordinary Berliners, life in those final weeks before the Soviet offensive was a strange mixture of monotony and terror. Each day followed a rhythm of scarcity, waiting in line for food, searching for firewood among the ruins, and listening to radio broadcasts that promised victory while everyone knew the truth was otherwise. Families shared cramped basements with strangers, living on top of one another in dark, damp spaces where privacy no longer existed. Children cried in the night from hunger or fear, while parents tried to comfort them with stories of better days. The sound of distant artillery could sometimes be heard, a dull rumble that reminded everyone that the front was not far away. When the wind shifted, smoke from burning villages to the east drifted into the city, carrying with it the smell of destruction. The war was no longer something happening elsewhere. It was pressing in from all sides. Despite everything, the Nazi regime continued to enforce its will upon the population. Posters appeared on walls calling for resistance and sacrifice. Propaganda films still played in what remained of Berlin's cinemas, showing images of heroic soldiers and promising that final victory was close. Hitler Youth boys were drilled in the streets, learning how to use rifles or Panzerfausts, their young faces hardened by a childhood spent in war. The Gestapo and SS remained active, hunting down anyone suspected of defeatism or treason. People whispered carefully, never knowing who might report them. Even as the Reich fell apart, fear remained one of its strongest tools. For many Berliners, it was not only the Soviets they dreaded, but also their own government, which seemed determined to punish any sign of doubt. The Western Allies advanced steadily, liberating cities and uncovering the horrors of concentration camps that shocked the world. Photographs and eyewitness accounts began to spread, showing emaciated survivors, piles of corpses, and the machinery of death that the Nazis had built. For many soldiers on the Allied side, These discoveries hardened their resolve to finish the war swiftly, to ensure that such crimes would never be repeated. For the German people, the revelations deepened their sense of fear, for they knew that these crimes would not be forgotten, and that retribution was inevitable. The propaganda that had promised 1,000 years of glory had instead brought shame, devastation, and the certainty of occupation. Meanwhile, in the East, the Red Army prepared for the final push. The Soviet soldiers knew what lay ahead: the largest urban battle of the war, a confrontation in the streets of the enemy's capital. For some, it was a chance for revenge; for others, simply another duty in a war that seemed endless. The Soviet High Command organized supplies, ammunition, and reinforcements on a scale that defied imagination. Train after train carried men, tanks, artillery, and shells toward the Oder. Villages and fields became staging areas, filled with soldiers waiting for the order to advance. At night, the glow of countless campfires could be seen stretching across the horizon, a living reminder of the vast force about to descend on Berlin. The world's largest concentration of military power was preparing to strike, and nothing the Germans could do would be enough to stop it. For the German defenders, the mood was grim but defiant. Orders came from above to fight to the last man, to hold every street and every building, to make Berlin a fortress. The Volkssturm, made up of old men and boys, drilled with outdated weapons and tried to learn tactics in a matter of days. Regular army units were thrown into defensive positions, many of them understrength and short of supplies. The SS, fanatical and loyal to Hitler, prepared to enforce resistance with ruthless discipline. Even civilians were instructed to build barricades, to dig trenches, and to prepare Molotov cocktails to use against tanks. The image of Berlin as a fortress city was spread by propaganda, but behind the slogans lay desperation. Everyone knew the Soviets were coming, and that the battle would be unlike anything seen before as April approached. Berlin became a city of whispers. People whispered about the Red Army's approach, about the possibility of surrender, about whether the Western Allies might reach the city first. Rumors spread like wildfire, each one adding to the tension. Some believed that American tanks were only days away, that salvation would come from the West. Others said the Soviets were already at the gates, that any day now the bombardment would begin. Still others clung to the belief in miracle weapons, in some sudden turn of fortune that would save the city. The uncertainty gnawed at people's nerves, making sleep difficult, making every sound seem like the beginning of the end. For many Berliners, the nights were the hardest. In the darkness, with only candlelight or lanterns, they listened to the distant rumble of war and wondered how much longer they would live in this atmosphere of dread and expectation. The shadows over Europe deepened. The war was nearing its climax, and Berlin was the stage upon which that climax would unfold. The world beyond the city waited anxiously. Leaders planned for the post-war world, soldiers prepared for their final battles, and civilians prayed for survival. The moment was heavy with history, for everyone sensed that what was about to happen in Berlin would not only end a war, but shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The streets of the city, soon to be filled with fire and blood, would become the symbol of both destruction and rebirth. And so, as March turned into April, the city braced itself for the inevitable. The final act of the war in Europe was about to begin, and Berlin stood at the very center of the storm. Chapter 2: The Red Army's Relentless March Across the East. By the opening months of 1945, the Soviet Red Army had become an unstoppable force of history. For years earlier, in the summer of 1941, it had seemed weak and broken, reeling under the might of the German invasion known as Operation Barbarossa. Entire Soviet armies had been encircled, millions of soldiers captured, and cities like Kiev and Smolensk had fallen in rapid succession. The Wehrmacht had pushed to the gates of Leningrad and Moscow, leaving behind a trail of destruction and suffering. Yet the Soviet Union had not collapsed. Instead, it had hardened, adapted, and slowly, painfully, begun to strike back. Now, in 1945, the situation was reversed. The German Wehrmacht was collapsing, while the Red Army pressed forward with the confidence of a victor, sweeping across Eastern Europe in a relentless tide that carried it ever closer to Berlin. The scale of the Red Army's resurgence was one of the most remarkable stories in military history. In 1941, many in the world believed the Soviet Union would not survive more than a few months against Hitler's war machine. By 1945, however, it commanded the largest and most powerful army the world had ever seen. Millions of men and women were in uniform, supported by an immense network of factories, railways, and supply depots that kept the war effort alive. Soviet industry, relocated east of the Ural Mountains during the first desperate months of invasion, had worked at astonishing speed to replace lost equipment and produce new weapons. By the end of the war, the Soviet Union was producing thousands of tanks, aircraft, and artillery pieces every month, a scale of production that overwhelmed Germany's dwindling resources. With this strength came momentum, and with momentum came confidence that final victory was within reach. The Red Army's advance across Eastern Europe in 1944 and 1945 was marked by a series of massive offensives, each one carefully planned and executed with overwhelming force. Operation Bagration in the summer of 1944 had destroyed Germany's Army Group Center in Belarus, wiping out hundreds of thousands of soldiers and opening the path toward Poland. It was a disaster for the Wehrmacht, one from which it never fully recovered. The Soviet troops pressed forward relentlessly, recapturing cities that had been under German occupation for years. Minsk, Vilnius, and Brest fell in quick succession. The once proud Wehrmacht, which had marched east with confidence in 1941, was now retreating in chaos, leaving behind burned villages, shattered tanks, and broken morale. As the Soviets pushed into Poland, the stakes grew even higher. The battles there were not only military contests but also political statements. Poland had been the first victim of the war, carved apart by Germany and the Soviet Union in 1939, and now it became the stage for liberation and tragedy. Warsaw, which had suffered under brutal German occupation, rose in revolt in the summer of 1944, only to be crushed mercilessly when the Red Army paused its advance at the Vistula River. The reasons for that pause remained debated. Military exhaustion, logistical needs, and Stalin's political calculations all played a part. When Soviet forces finally resumed their offensive in January 1945, they swept through Poland with astonishing speed. Cities like Krakow and Lodz were liberated, while German forces fled westward in disarray. The Vistula Oder offensive carried Soviet troops hundreds of kilometers in a matter of weeks, bringing them to the Oder River, just a short distance from Berlin itself. For the soldiers of the Red Army, this march westward was not just about duty, it was about vengeance. The suffering inflicted by the German invasion had seared deep into their memories. Villages had been burned, families executed, children starved, and entire communities wiped out. Millions of Soviet citizens had perished under occupation, whether in battle, through starvation, or in concentration camps. As they advanced into German territory, many soldiers felt a fierce determination to make the enemy pay for every crime. This thirst for revenge shaped the conduct of the war, as Soviet troops looted, destroyed, and in many cases committed atrocities against civilians. For those who had lost everything, the idea of mercy seemed almost impossible. Yet alongside the cruelty, there was also pride. Pride in having turned the tide, in carrying the war back to the land of the invader, in proving to the world that the Soviet Union had endured and triumphed. The advance of the Red Army was supported by overwhelming firepower. Soviet doctrine emphasized the use of massive artillery barges to smash enemy positions before infantry and tanks moved in. Before each major offensive, the ground would shake under the weight of thousands of guns firing simultaneously, turning German defenses into rubble. Air support added to the destruction, with Soviet aircraft striking railways, bridges, and retreating columns. Against this tide of steel and fire, German units found it nearly impossible to hold their ground. Many retreated in disorder, while others were surrounded and annihilated. The once disciplined Wehrmacht was becoming a shattered force, reduced to desperate delaying actions that bought time but could not change the outcome. As the Red Army moved through Eastern Europe, the political future of the region also came into focus. Stalin intended not only to defeat Germany, but also to shape the post-war order. Wherever Soviet troops advanced, new governments sympathetic to Moscow were installed, often backed by the presence of Soviet secret police. In Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, the seeds of future satellite states were already being planted. For many in the West, this raised alarm about Soviet intentions. But in early 1945, the primary concern was simply winning the war. The Yalta Conference in February brought together Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill to discuss the shape of post-war Europe. But even as they debated, the Red Army continued its relentless march, its guns pointed straight at Berlin. The journey from the eastern frontiers to the heart of Germany was filled with stories of endurance, sacrifice, and brutality. Soldiers marched for days through mud, snow, and ruins, often with little rest or food. Civilians fled before them, pushing carts laden with possessions, trying desperately to escape the path of war. Columns of prisoners of war trudged along the roads, guarded by weary soldiers who had no time for pity. The land itself bore scars, villages burned to the ground, bridges destroyed, fields cratered by shells. And yet, amidst the devastation, there was also a sense of momentum, a feeling that the end of the war was finally near. The Red Army had crossed an unimaginable distance since 1941, and now it was within sight of its ultimate goal. Berlin was the prize that loomed ever larger in the minds of Soviet commanders and soldiers alike. The city was not just a military objective, but a symbol, the place where the Nazi regime had been born and where it would end. Stalin was determined that the Red Army would take Berlin before the Western Allies could reach it, no matter the cost in lives. This determination shaped the final offensives of the war, driving Soviet soldiers forward with urgency and ferocity. For them, the road to Berlin was the road to victory, and nothing could stand in their way. The vast expanse of Eastern Europe became a theater of both human endurance and mechanical power as the Red Army pressed onward in early 1945. The scale of movement, planning, and logistics required for such an operation was staggering. Millions of soldiers had to be fed, clothed, armed, and transported. Supplies of ammunition, fuel, and spare parts had to flow steadily across hundreds of kilometers of often battered railways and roads. Command structures coordinated multiple fronts, ensuring that advances were synchronized, flanks protected, and reinforcements ready to exploit any breach in German lines. For the Soviet command, the operation was as much an exercise in administration and organization as it was in battlefield tactics. Each victory depended on meticulous planning as well as brute force, and each mile gained was the result of a combination of intelligence, determination, and sheer physical endurance. The soldiers themselves bore witness to the remnants of a war that had ravaged their homelands. As they moved westward through Poland, East Prussia, and Silesia, they encountered villages destroyed by retreating German forces, fields scorched by artillery, and civilians traumatized by years of occupation. Some towns had been emptied entirely, with smoke rising from burning buildings, while in others, families huddled among ruins, uncertain whether the approaching army would bring salvation or further suffering. For the advancing Red Army troops, each step forward carried memories of personal loss. Brothers, fathers, and friends who had perished in battles, sieges, and mass executions. This knowledge steeled them for the hardships of continued fighting and imbued them with a fierce resolve. The men understood that victory was not only a strategic necessity, but also a deeply personal act of justice against the forces that had invaded their homeland. The German military attempted to resist, but its capacity for organized defense was collapsing. Infantry units were fragmented, supplies ran low, and morale had hit rock bottom. Some divisions offered desperate resistance in towns and villages, attempting to slow the Soviet advance by a day or a week, but these were largely symbolic gestures against overwhelming force. Artillery and tanks, once symbols of German military superiority, were increasingly destroyed or abandoned as crews were killed or captured. The Wehrmacht's command structure was in disarray, and many orders were ignored, misinterpreted, or impossible to execute due to the chaotic situation on the front lines. The Red Army exploited these weaknesses, advancing with a speed and ruthlessness that left little time for Germany to reorganize. Each day brought new cities into Soviet hands, and the push toward Berlin grew more inevitable. Urban combat, when it occurred, was particularly brutal. In towns and cities along the route, Soviet forces encountered pockets of German resistance that, though limited, fought with desperation. Streets became battlefields, buildings became fortresses, and civilians were caught in the crossfire. House-to-house fighting required intense coordination, with infantry clearing buildings while tanks and artillery provided support. Soviet engineers dismantled booby traps, mines, and barricades, often at high cost. The lessons learned during earlier battles, such as Stalingrad and Leningrad, were applied here. Patience, overwhelming force, and the careful combination of infantry, artillery, and armor were essential for survival and success. Even with this experience, the fighting was grueling, leaving many soldiers physically and mentally exhausted. The morale of the Soviet troops, however, was bolstered by clear goals and effective leadership. Commanders like Zhukov, Konyev, and Rokossovsky inspired confidence, emphasizing both discipline and the significance of their mission. Speeches, political officers, and propaganda reminded soldiers that they were liberators, carrying justice to the lands previously ravaged by the Germans. Many soldiers were motivated by personal vengeance, but also by a sense of collective purpose. They understood that their actions would not only end a war, but reshape Europe's future. This dual motivation, personal and strategic, gave the Red Army a momentum that few opposing forces could withstand. As the Red Army approached the Oder River in late February and March 1945, the final preparatory stages for the Berlin offensive were underway. Bridges were repaired or improvised, artillery positions were perfected, and logistics hubs were stocked with everything needed for the coming battle. Thousands of tanks and armored vehicles were positioned to support the infantry assault. Engineers and sappers cleared paths through minefields and prepared routes for mechanized units. Each division knew its role in the operation, and coordination was enhanced by meticulous planning and communication. The goal was clear: encircle Berlin, break through German defenses, and bring the city to surrender in as short a time as possible, minimizing Soviet casualties while achieving maximum impact. Stalin's orders were explicit: Berlin must fall, and the Red Army would achieve it at all costs. The German civilians in the path of this advance faced an unimaginable dilemma. Many had already fled westward, fearing both the advancing Soviet troops and the chaos left by retreating German units. Refugee columns stretched for kilometers along every major road, filled with carts, wagons, and families carrying what little they could salvage. Hunger, exhaustion, and fear were constant companions. Those who remained in towns and cities faced bombardment, artillery fire, and the uncertainty of occupation. Many tried to hide, others prayed, and some clung desperately to the illusion that the Western Allies might arrive first. In reality, the Red Army's speed and overwhelming force made such hopes largely futile. The human cost of this march was immense, with civilians often caught in crossfire, displaced from homes, or subjected to the violence that accompanies total war. Despite the hardships, the Soviets maintained an incredible operational tempo. The rapid movement across hundreds of kilometers required not just physical strength, but also ingenuity and adaptation. Commanders frequently had to improvise when terrain, weather, or unexpected resistance threatened to slow the advance. Snow, mud, and rivers could all halt even the most determined units. Yet engineers and soldiers found solutions. Pontoon bridges were constructed in days, ice roads were used when rivers froze, and artillery positions were relocated quickly to respond to enemy movements. This adaptability made the Red Army a formidable force, able to overcome both natural and human obstacles. The combination of overwhelming numbers, strategic planning, and tactical flexibility created an unstoppable momentum that carried Soviet forces ever closer to the German capital. The political implications of the march were profound. As Soviet troops crossed into new territories, they established control and influence, ensuring that the post-war landscape would reflect Moscow's interests. Administrative structures were set up, loyal personnel installed, and opposition suppressed. While the world focused on the military aspects of the Red Army's march, the political groundwork for the Cold War was quietly being laid. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania became testing grounds for the Soviet model of occupation and control. These actions, combined with the demonstration of overwhelming military power, ensured that Berlin's eventual capture would not only be a military victory, but also a political one, reinforcing the Soviet Union's role as a dominant power in post-war Europe. Finally, as the Red Army approached the Oder and began its final push toward Berlin, the culmination of years of preparation, hardship, and sacrifice became clear. Soldiers looked westward, toward a city that had long symbolized the enemy's power, and prepared for the battle that would mark the end of the Third Reich. The journey across Eastern Europe had been marked by unimaginable suffering, strategic brilliance, and sheer determination. It had tested every aspect of human endurance and mechanical ingenuity. And now, with Berlin within reach, the Soviet forces were ready to bring the war to its decisive conclusion. The city that had once seemed untouchable was about to face the full force of history. As millions of soldiers converged, artillery roared, and tanks rumbled through the streets. The Red Army's march across the East had been relentless, and it was far from over. Chapter 3: The Western Allies at the Rhine. A race toward Germany's heart. By the spring of 1945, the Western Allies had made extraordinary advances across Western Europe, leaving behind a trail of liberated cities, shattered German defenses, and an ever-growing sense that the war was nearing its conclusion. After the successful landings in Normandy in June 1944, Allied forces had fought their way across France in a campaign marked by both strategic brilliance and immense sacrifice. Paris had been liberated in August, and German forces had been forced into a desperate retreat, harried constantly by relentless air assaults, tank engagements, and infantry operations. The push into the heart of Germany was now underway, and every step forward carried both immense promise and the shadow of potential disaster. The Rhine River, long considered Germany's last natural defensive barrier in the West, loomed ahead, a symbolic and strategic threshold. Crossing it would mean entering the very heartland of the Reich, and for the Allied commanders, it represented both opportunity and risk. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander of the Western Forces, faced the complex challenge of coordinating multiple armies advancing along different axes. British, American, and Canadian forces were all converging from separate directions, each with distinct objectives, but ultimately united by the need to defeat Germany before the Soviet advance from the east could dominate post-war outcomes. Eisenhower's strategy emphasized speed, coordination, and the minimization of unnecessary casualties, understanding that the German forces were still dangerous even in retreat. Intelligence played a critical role. Reconnaissance aircraft scouted ahead for fortifications, supply depots, and troop movements, while resistance groups and spies provided valuable local knowledge. Every decision was calculated, balancing the urgency of a rapid advance with the need to maintain cohesion and logistical support. The terrain of Western Germany presented both challenges and opportunities. Rolling hills, rivers, and forests could slow mechanized units, but they also offered concealment for advancing troops and opportunities to flank retreating German forces. The Allies had to contend not only with the natural obstacles, but also with the destruction wrought by retreating German forces, who had employed scorched earth tactics in many areas. Bridges were demolished, rail lines torn up, and roads mined. Villages along the route had been partially destroyed to deny the Allies resources and cover. Yet the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Western forces, combined with meticulous planning and coordination, allowed them to overcome these obstacles with remarkable speed. Engineers and sappers worked tirelessly to repair infrastructure, enabling tanks, trucks, and artillery to maintain the relentless momentum that characterized the campaign. Crossing the Rhine itself was a pivotal moment in the Western Allies' advance. The river, wide and fast-flowing in many areas, had long been considered a formidable natural barrier against invasion. German forces had fortified key crossing points, installing artillery, machine gun nests, and defensive obstacles to prevent an Allied crossing. Yet the Allies had prepared extensively for this challenge. In late March 1945, massive airborne and amphibious operations were coordinated to secure bridgeheads across the river. Paratroopers dropped behind enemy lines to disrupt communications and sow confusion, while infantry and armored units moved forward in carefully timed assaults. Artillery bombardments preceded each crossing, softening German positions and clearing paths for advancing forces. Despite fierce resistance, the Allies' meticulous planning and superior firepower allowed them to secure critical crossings, opening the way into the heart of Germany. The pace of the advance left little time for the German defenders to reorganize. Their armies were depleted, their supply lines cut, and their morale shattered by years of retreat and relentless Allied pressure. Hitler's orders to hold territory at all costs were increasingly impossible to obey, and local commanders were forced to improvise in the face of overwhelming odds. Units that had once been elite were now composed of hastily conscripted men, boys, and the elderly, armed with outdated weapons and lacking proper training. The speed and coordination of the Allied advance compounded these problems, making organized resistance nearly impossible in many areas. German soldiers often chose retreat or surrender over futile last stands, while civilians watched in a mixture of fear and relief as Allied forces moved past their towns and villages. The human dimension of the campaign was immense. Soldiers on both sides faced extreme conditions, including cold, fatigue, and the constant threat of artillery, mines, and sniper fire. The Western Allied soldiers, many of whom had experienced combat in North Africa, Italy, and France, were battle-hardened and well-equipped, but they still endured long marches, shortages of supplies, and the psychological strain of prolonged warfare. Field hospitals struggled to keep pace with the casualties, treating injuries ranging from gunshot wounds to shrapnel and burns. Ambulances moved relentlessly behind the front lines, carrying the wounded to makeshift hospitals, while medics risked their lives under fire to stabilize soldiers before evacuation. The logistical complexity of maintaining an advancing army across hostile and partially destroyed terrain was staggering, yet the Allies managed it with remarkable efficiency, a testament to both planning and adaptability. Civilian populations along the Western Front also experienced the harsh realities of a collapsing regime. Refugees poured from towns and villages, carrying what little they could salvage from homes and farms. Food shortages, fear of bombardment, and the uncertainty of occupation created a tense atmosphere. Many civilians, having lived under Nazi rule for years, were uncertain whether the approaching Allied forces would liberate or punish them. As they observed the soldiers advancing, there was both relief and anxiety. Relief that the oppressive regime was retreating, but anxiety over what the occupation might bring. In some cases, towns that were bypassed by the main advance were left to fend for themselves, leading to sporadic clashes and looting as local populations sought to survive amidst the chaos. The psychological impact of the Western advance on German forces and civilians cannot be overstated. Weeks of retreat, bombardment, and constant pressure eroded morale, creating confusion and despair. German commanders struggled to maintain cohesion, while soldiers and civilians alike grappled with the knowledge that the Reich was collapsing. Propaganda efforts, which had once portrayed the Allies as invincible and the German Reich as eternal, now rang hollow. Even Hitler's final speeches, broadcast from the Chancellery and the bunker, could not mask the reality of impending defeat. The gap between propaganda and reality widened each day, intensifying anxiety and fear among both troops and civilians. As Allied forces pressed eastward from the Rhine, they encountered pockets of fierce resistance, often from fanatical SS units or improvised militias. Urban combat in towns along the route required meticulous coordination, combining infantry, armor, and artillery. Clearing a single village could take hours or days, depending on the strength of the defenders. Engineers and sappers had to neutralize mines, booby traps, and barricades, often under heavy fire. Despite the intensity of these engagements, the overall momentum of the Allied advance remained unbroken. The German military simply could not muster enough strength to slow the assault, and every victory brought the Allies closer to the ultimate objective, the heart of Germany and, eventually, Berlin itself. The interplay between the Western Allies and the Soviet advance was also a constant consideration. While the Allies focused on the Rhine and the approach to central Germany, the Soviet Red Army pressed relentlessly from the east. Both sides understood that timing and positioning would affect post-war influence and territorial control. Political considerations, therefore, influenced military strategy. Eisenhower, Churchill, and Roosevelt negotiated with Stalin to avoid direct confrontation between Allied forces, but there was also an implicit race for position. Securing towns, bridges, and major cities became as much about strategic advantage as about military necessity. The coordination, or competition, between the two fronts added another layer of complexity to the campaign, shaping decisions on speed, allocation of resources, and operational priorities as the Western Allies pressed eastward from the Rhine in the spring of 1945. The landscape of Germany itself became a reflection of years of relentless warfare. Towns and cities bore the scars of bombing raids and artillery bombardments. Factories and railway lines were in ruins, rendering transportation and logistics a constant challenge. Fields and forests, once quiet and green, were pocked with craters, riddled with mines, and strewn with wreckage from tanks and vehicles. The survivors of these areas, soldiers, civilians, and displaced refugees, lived in an uneasy mixture of fear, hope, and uncertainty, caught between the collapsing German military machine and the advancing armies of liberation. Each step forward by the Allies brought new challenges, new discoveries, and a sense that history itself was being rewritten with every mile. The coordination between infantry, armor, and air support was central to the success of the Allied advance. Infantry units moved methodically through villages, clearing buildings, securing streets, and taking prisoners of war. Tanks provided cover and heavy firepower, capable of breaking through fortified positions that would otherwise stall the advance. Artillery units targeted German defensive positions with precision, using both observation posts and aerial reconnaissance to maximize impact. Meanwhile, Allied aircraft maintained a constant presence overhead, disrupting enemy movements, bombing strategic targets, and providing reconnaissance information to ground commanders. This combination of speed, firepower, and strategic foresight allowed the Allies to overcome pockets of German resistance, maintain momentum, and advance toward the central regions of the Reich. The human cost of this advance, however, was significant. Soldiers faced grueling conditions, often marching for days through devastated landscapes while carrying heavy equipment. Food and medical supplies were rationed, and field hospitals struggled to keep pace with the wounded. Injuries ranged from gunshot wounds to burns, broken limbs, and shrapnel injuries. Medics, often under fire, worked tirelessly to stabilize the wounded and prepare them for evacuation. The psychological toll of continuous combat was immense. Soldiers coped with exhaustion, fear, and the constant presence of death, while striving to maintain discipline and morale. Despite these hardships, the Allied forces remained committed to their mission, understanding that each advance brought the war closer to an end. German forces attempted to slow the Allied progress, often resorting to desperate defensive measures. Strategic demolition of bridges, laying of minefields, and fortification of key towns were common tactics designed to delay the enemy. SS units and remnants of regular Wehrmacht formations engaged in fierce rearguard actions, sometimes achieving temporary successes but unable to change the overall course of the campaign. The German military's resources were severely depleted. Fuel shortages, destroyed infrastructure, and dwindling manpower meant that even determined resistance could only delay the inevitable. Commanders were forced to make difficult choices between defending strategic locations and preserving what remained of their forces. The result was a patchwork of defensive efforts, often uncoordinated and insufficient against the overwhelming Allied advance. For civilians in Western Germany, the approach of the Allies brought a complex mixture of emotions. After years of Nazi rule, propaganda, and fear, many welcomed the arrival of Allied troops with relief and hope. Towns that had been under strict control and constant surveillance suddenly found themselves liberated. Shops reopened, local governance resumed, and basic services began to function again. Yet the sudden presence of foreign armies also brought uncertainty. Soldiers were often wary of locals, and the chaos of occupation sometimes resulted in looting, misunderstandings, or harsh discipline for perceived disobedience. Refugees who had fled from eastern regions found themselves navigating new territories, often with limited resources and tenuous knowledge of safe routes. Despite these challenges, the presence of the Western Allies represented a turning point, a visible sign that the regime that had dominated their lives was finally in retreat. The race toward Germany's heart was not only a military campaign, but also a psychological battle. For the German population, every town lost, every bridge captured, and every road taken by Allied forces was a tangible symbol of defeat. Morale among both soldiers and civilians deteriorated rapidly. Propaganda that once glorified the German military effort could not withstand the relentless reality of retreat and destruction. Even Hitler's speeches, broadcast from the chancellery and increasingly isolated in tone, failed to inspire confidence. In many towns, soldiers deserted, families fled, and local officials abandoned posts. The combination of military pressure and psychological collapse made resistance sporadic and ultimately ineffective, further facilitating the Allied advance. The strategic implications of the Western push were significant. While the Red Army advanced from the east, the Allies' movements from the west created a dual pressure that the German command could not counter effectively. Coordination between Allied armies ensured that key objectives were captured quickly, depriving the Germans of opportunities to regroup. Bridgeheads were established, transportation routes secured, and supply lines protected, allowing continuous movement of men, material, and information. Each successful operation not only brought immediate tactical gains, but also contributed to the broader strategic goal, the rapid collapse of German military capacity and the encirclement of Berlin from multiple directions. By mid-April 1945, the Western Allies had entered central Germany, reaching regions that had been considered part of Germany's industrial backbone. Cities such as Cologne, Frankfurt, and Mannheim fell under Allied control, often after intense street fighting and bombardments. These urban victories were crucial as they disrupted German communication, cut off supply lines, and provided staging grounds for further advances. Factories, railways, and transportation hubs, once vital to Germany's war effort, were now captured or neutralized, further weakening the Reich. The destruction left behind was immense, but it was a necessary component of defeating a regime that had waged total war across Europe. The political dimension of the Western advance was increasingly evident. Allied commanders understood that positioning in Germany would affect post-war negotiations and territorial arrangements. As cities and regions were secured, provisional governance structures were established, ensuring order and preventing looting or reprisals. Civilian administration began to resume under Allied oversight, laying the groundwork for occupation policies and future reconstruction. Coordination with Soviet forces, though sometimes tense, was essential to avoid clashes and ensure a smooth transition as both powers approached Berlin from opposite directions. This careful balance between military objectives and political foresight underscored the complexity of the final stages of the European campaign. Finally, as the Western Allies pushed further east, the reality of Germany's impending defeat became undeniable. Soldiers, civilians, and commanders alike could see the collapse in both infrastructure and morale. The combined pressure of the Western Allies from the Rhine and the Soviet Red Army from the East meant that Berlin was increasingly isolated, surrounded, and vulnerable. The capital, which had once seemed invincible, now faced the prospect of encirclement and storming. For the Western Allies, every advance brought them closer to the ultimate objective: the destruction of Nazi command structures, the liberation of remaining occupied territories, and the facilitation of post-war reconstruction. The pace of the campaign, the coordination of forces, and the relentless pressure applied to German defenses ensured that the fall of Berlin, while still a monumental task, was rapidly approaching reality. Chapter 4: The Collapse of German Defenses, Desperate Preparations in Berlin. By early April 1945, the situation for Nazi Germany had become perilously clear. The Wehrmacht, once a formidable and disciplined military force, was now a shadow of its former self. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army had crossed the Oder River and was preparing to encircle Berlin, while in the West, Allied forces had advanced past the Rhine and were moving swiftly into the heart of Germany. The Reich, once seemingly invincible, was on the brink of total collapse. The German high command was left with few options, and those that remained were desperate, often bordering on the absurd. Berlin, the political and symbolic heart of the Third Reich, became the focal point of the final, frantic attempts to defend a nation that had already lost the war. Inside the city, the atmosphere was one of palpable tension. Civilians and soldiers alike were acutely aware that the storm was approaching. Reports of Soviet advances from the east reached Berlin daily, often accompanied by harrowing accounts of towns destroyed, villages looted, and civilians massacred. Families debated whether to flee, though escape was increasingly impossible as roads were clogged with refugees, railways were destroyed, and Allied air reconnaissance monitored every movement. Rumors of Western forces reaching the city's outskirts added another layer of uncertainty. For those remaining, life was a precarious balance between survival and preparation, between hope for a miracle and the grim acknowledgement of inevitable defeat. The German military leadership issued orders to transform Berlin into a fortress. Adolf Hitler, still entrenched in his underground bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, demanded that every street, building, and barricade be defended at all costs. Hitler's speeches and directives were increasingly disconnected from reality, calling for heroism and sacrifice while denying the obvious fact that the city's defenses were inadequate. Yet, despite the absurdity of these commands, the German command structure remained rigidly hierarchical. Officers and officials, many of whom understood the hopelessness of the situation, were nevertheless compelled by loyalty, fear, or ideological commitment to obey. This obedience extended to civilians as well, who were conscripted to assist in fortification efforts, often working day and night to erect barricades, dig trenches, and prepare improvised weapons. The composition of Berlin's defenders reflected the desperate state of Germany's resources. Experienced soldiers were scarce, having been killed, captured, or exhausted by years of continuous warfare. To supplement the regular army, the Nazi regime called upon the Volkssturm, a militia composed of elderly men, young teenagers, and anyone deemed capable of wielding a weapon. These individuals were often poorly trained, lacking adequate equipment, and insufficiently prepared for the scale of the battle ahead. They were armed with rifles, pistols, and the occasional anti-tank weapon, frequently outdated or malfunctioning. Despite these limitations, they were expected to perform as disciplined defenders of the capital, a near-impossible task that highlighted the desperate nature of Germany's final stand. The The city itself bore the scars of continuous bombardment and previous fighting. Allied air raids had flattened entire neighborhoods, reduced factories to rubble, and rendered much of the city's infrastructure unusable. Water and power supplies were intermittent, hospitals were overwhelmed, and transportation within the city was severely disrupted. Civilians struggled to find food, clean water, and medical care, while also participating in the city's defense. Schools, factories, and public buildings were repurposed as military posts, barracks, and supply depots. Streets were barricaded with debris, vehicles, and furniture, creating a chaotic maze that defenders hoped would slow the Soviet advance. Every effort reflected not only desperation but also a recognition that the approaching battle would be fought in the streets, building by building, room by room. Preparations extended beyond fortifications. The German military attempted to maximize every available resource, including weapons, ammunition, and vehicles. Armories were scavenged, factories repurposed to produce small arms, and whatever artillery remained was positioned strategically throughout the city. In addition, propaganda efforts continued, aimed at bolstering morale and convincing both soldiers and civilians that victory, or at least heroic resistance, was possible. Leaflets, radio broadcasts, and posters encouraged the people to fight, emphasizing loyalty, sacrifice, and the defense of the homeland. These efforts, however, had diminishing returns as the reality of the situation became increasingly apparent to all who lived within Berlin's walls. One of the most critical aspects of the city's preparations was the organization of anti-tank defenses. With Soviet armored divisions expected to spearhead the assault, German planners placed anti-tank guns, mines, and barricades throughout key streets and intersections. Civilians were trained to operate Panzerfausts and other improvised weapons, and volunteers were assigned to guard strategic positions. Tank traps, barricades, and trenches were dug, often hastily, using rubble from destroyed buildings. The streets of Berlin were transformed into a deadly labyrinth designed to slow, disrupt, and inflict maximum casualties on the approaching Soviet forces. Despite the ingenuity of these efforts, the defenders faced overwhelming odds. The Red Army had thousands of tanks, artillery, and experienced troops, making it unlikely that even the most well-prepared positions could hold for long. The psychological state of Berlin's population was complex. While fear dominated daily life, there were also moments of resilience, determination, and even defiance. Families banded together in bomb shelters, sharing what little food they had and providing mutual support. Children, though aware of the danger, played in the ruins, often too young to fully comprehend the scale of the destruction around them. Soldiers and militia members took pride in their roles, even as they faced almost certain death. In these moments, human resilience shone through, a reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, the instinct to survive and protect loved ones remained strong. Yet beneath these acts of courage lay a pervasive awareness that the city's fate was all but sealed. Intelligence reports from the front lines further underscored the precariousness of Berlin's position. German commanders received detailed information about Soviet troop movements, logistics, and preparations, revealing the enormity of the force arrayed against them. Thousands of artillery pieces, tanks, and aircraft were being positioned for a coordinated assault. The scale of the planned offensive was unprecedented, with entire divisions massed for the final drive into the city. These reports, while alarming, did little to change the fundamental reality. Berlin's defenders were vastly outnumbered, outgunned, and fighting a battle they could not win. Strategic calculations shifted from offensive maneuvers to survival, delaying tactics, and the protection of civilians as best as possible under the circumstances. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, Hitler continued to demand that the city be defended at all costs. He issued orders for counterattacks, reinforcements, and even the use of untested or improvised weapons, reflecting both his obsession with victory and his detachment from reality. Officers within the bunker debated these orders, some attempting to temper the impossible demands with pragmatic advice, others blindly following directives out of loyalty or fear. This tension between ideological fanaticism and practical military reasoning characterized much of the German command's final days. It highlighted the disconnect between the leadership's expectations and the stark realities on the ground, a disconnect that would ultimately shape the outcome of the Battle of Berlin. The days leading up to the Soviet assault on Berlin were marked by a tense mixture of frantic preparation and creeping dread. Every available man, woman, and even child was mobilized to support the city's defense, as authorities sought to fortify streets, barricade buildings, and stockpile weapons. Soldiers patrolled the streets, while members of the Volkssturm were deployed to man machine guns, dig trenches, and prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Engineers and laborers worked tirelessly to convert civilian buildings into strongpoints, using rubble, furniture, and any available material to create makeshift fortifications. The city had become a maze of barricades, trenches, and defensive positions, each designed to slow the inevitable Soviet advance and maximize casualties among the attackers. Even in these desperate measures, there was an acknowledgement that the war was lost, yet pride, ideology, and fear compelled the defenders to persevere. One of the most pressing challenges for Berlin's leadership was the coordination of these disparate groups. The regular army units, the Waffen-SS, the Volkssturm, and civilian volunteers all operated under different command structures, training levels, and degrees of commitment. Integrating these forces into a coherent defensive plan was a monumental task. Officers assigned to oversee the city's defense faced constant pressure from Hitler, who demanded results while remaining isolated in his bunker. Orders for counterattacks, defensive deployments, and urban fortifications were issued with rigid precision, yet often could not be implemented due to logistical shortages or lack of trained personnel. The gap between expectation and reality created confusion and frustration, compounding the already intense psychological strain on those involved in the defense effort. The Volkssturm, in particular, highlighted the desperation of Berlin's situation. Comprised mainly of elderly men and teenage boys, this militia lacked proper training and equipment. Many had never fired a weapon, yet they were expected to hold positions against experienced Soviet troops. Despite these limitations, their presence represented the total commitment demanded by Hitler. The entire population was to contribute to the city's defense, regardless of age, health, or experience. In some cases, Volkssturm units were placed in forward positions, expected to delay enemy advances until more experienced forces could respond. The courage of these individuals was undeniable, but their effectiveness was limited, and the cost in human life would be devastating once the battle began in earnest. Civilians were not merely passive observers. They were actively involved in the city's fortification efforts. Schools, churches, and public buildings were converted into defensive positions, while civilians carried rubble, sandbags, and other materials to strengthen barricades. Children assisted in small tasks, carrying messages, moving supplies, or delivering water to exhausted defenders. Families huddled together in makeshift shelters, sharing food, warmth, and support amidst the chaos. The psychological burden on civilians was immense, as they were forced to confront the reality of imminent combat in their own neighborhoods. For many, Hope was tempered by fear, and survival often depended on a delicate balance of obedience, resourcefulness, and luck. The urban geography of Berlin influenced the defensive strategy significantly. The city's wide boulevards, dense residential districts, industrial zones, and historic buildings provided both opportunities and challenges for defenders. Key locations such as railway stations, government buildings, and bridges were fortified to create strong points. Streets were blocked with debris, vehicles, and barricades, forcing advancing troops into narrow corridors where defenders could concentrate fire. Underground systems, including the U-Bahn and S-Bahn tunnels, were converted into supply routes, shelters, and defensive positions. The city itself became a weapon, with its architecture manipulated to slow, confuse, and inflict casualties on the approaching Soviet forces. Every building, street, and alley became part of a larger plan designed to prolong the defense and impose a maximum cost on the attackers. Despite these preparations, the disparity in resources between the defenders and the approaching Red Army was immense. Soviet forces had amassed thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft, along with millions of troops trained and experienced in urban combat. The city's defenders, by contrast, were under-equipped, under-trained, and vastly outnumbered. Ammunition shortages, lack of medical supplies, and inadequate communications hindered their ability to respond effectively. The Wehrmacht and SS units that remained in Berlin were exhausted, their strength diminished by months of retreat and combat. In this context, even the most elaborate fortifications could only delay, rather than prevent, the inevitable assault. The psychological pressure of knowing that they were outmatched weighed heavily on both soldiers and civilians, creating tension, despair, and, in some cases, outright panic. The presence of Hitler in the Führerbunker added a further layer of psychological complexity. His speeches and directives emphasized courage, loyalty, and sacrifice, often demanding feats that were impossible under the circumstances. Officers and soldiers were acutely aware that disobedience or perceived defeatism could result in execution. The constant pressure to adhere to unrealistic orders created an environment of fear and confusion. Meanwhile, Hitler's isolation and detachment from reality made it increasingly difficult for his commanders to make practical decisions. This disconnect between leadership and frontline reality characterized the final days of Berlin, shaping both the strategy and the morale of the city's defenders. As the Soviet forces approached, Berlin's civilians prepared for the horrors of urban warfare. Many dug shelters, reinforced basements, or hid in ruins to protect themselves from bombardment. Families stockpiled food, water, and medicine, anticipating shortages during the siege. The psychological toll was compounded by uncertainty. There was no way to know when the assault would begin, how long it would last, or what form it would take. Fear of violence, starvation, and death was omnipresent. Children, though often shielded from the full reality, absorbed the anxiety of adults, witnessing the transformation of their city from home to battlefield. Daily life was consumed by preparation, survival, and the faint hope of some miraculous reprieve that would never come. Intelligence reports and reconnaissance provided Berlin's defenders with information on the scale and composition of the approaching Soviet forces. Observations revealed the immense size of the Red Army's divisions, the heavy artillery deployed, and the mechanized formations poised for the assault. This intelligence, while invaluable, also reinforced the reality of their predicament. Commanders were forced to acknowledge that their ability to mount a successful defense was severely constrained by lack of manpower, inadequate weaponry, and the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy. Preparations shifted from offensive operations to delaying tactics, maximizing defensive positions, and protecting civilian populations wherever possible. Amidst the chaos, individual acts of courage and resilience emerged. Soldiers defended positions despite exhaustion and injury. Civilians assisted neighbors under bombardment, and volunteers labored tirelessly to fortify streets and buildings. These acts, though heroic, could not alter the overall strategic situation. The city's defenses were being organized for a battle that was as inevitable as it was destructive. Every effort, every barricade, and every defense contributed to the prolonged struggle that would define the Battle of Berlin, but the outcome, overwhelming Soviet victory, was already largely determined by the disparity in resources and strategic positioning. Chapter 5. The initial Soviet bombardment and first clashes within Berlin. The early days of April 1945 saw Berlin bracing for the storm that would ultimately define the final chapter of the Third Reich. The Red Army, having crossed the Oder River and completed the preparatory maneuvers along the approaches to the German capital, began to execute one of the most intense and meticulously coordinated bombardments in modern warfare. The strategic aim was clear: to weaken the city's defenses, disrupt communication and command structures, and pave the way for the infantry and armored units to advance with maximum efficiency. For the defenders, the bombardment represented the first tangible realization of the impending siege, transforming anxiety and anticipation into fear and urgency. The scale of the bombardment was unprecedented. Thousands of artillery pieces, ranging from medium field guns to massive siege artillery, were positioned on elevated terrain surrounding Berlin. Soviet planners had carefully calculated trajectories, rates of fire, and target priorities, ensuring that the city's key defensive positions, government buildings, bridges, key road intersections, and fortified districts would bear the brunt of the initial attacks. The artillery units fired in precise, synchronized barrages, each salvo designed to create maximum disruption among German defensive formations. The sound of explosions reverberated through the city, shattering glass, crumbling walls, and sending clouds of dust and smoke into the sky. Even before the first infantry units entered the city, the bombardment had already caused chaos, fear, and confusion among defenders and civilians alike. Air support added another layer of destruction. Soviet aircraft, both fighters and bombers, flew constant sorties over Berlin, targeting German artillery positions, supply depots, and concentrations of troops. The skies above the city were filled with the roar of engines and the whistle of bombs falling, creating an atmosphere of relentless assault. Anti-aircraft defenses were largely overwhelmed or ineffective, reflecting both the depletion of German resources and the superior coordination of Soviet forces. The combination of artillery and aerial bombardment created an environment in which movement was perilous, communication lines were severed, and morale began to crumble. The initial strikes were calculated to break the will of the defenders while preserving key structural areas to facilitate subsequent urban combat. The defenders' response was constrained by both material limitations and psychological strain. Anti-tank weapons, machine guns, and remaining artillery were deployed wherever possible, often in exposed or improvised positions. Ammunition was scarce, and many units faced the grim choice of conserving resources or engaging in immediate combat. Communication between command posts was frequently interrupted by shelling, complicating coordination and delaying critical orders. Civilians who remained in the city sought shelter in basements, cellars, and improvised bunkers, sometimes alongside militia units and regular soldiers. These shelters, while providing some protection from bombardment, offered little comfort or certainty, as entire neighborhoods were devastated by the relentless shelling. The psychological impact on both soldiers and civilians was profound. For many, the experience of constant bombardment induced a state of hypervigilance, exhaustion, and disorientation. Sleep became nearly impossible, as each explosion reverberated through the city. The fear of being trapped beneath rubble or killed by stray artillery created an environment of pervasive tension. At the same time, the intensity of the attack impressed upon all present the reality of the Soviet advance. The city's defenses, no matter how ingeniously prepared, were under severe stress and unlikely to hold for long. Despite the terror, many defenders resolved to fight, understanding that the survival of their families, comrades, and, in their perception, the nation itself depended on their resistance. Initial clashes between Soviet and German forces occurred in the outer districts of Berlin, where the city's fortifications were strongest and where defending units could mount some form of resistance. Soviet infantry and armored divisions advanced in coordinated waves, supported by artillery barges and aerial reconnaissance. German defenders, including Wehrmacht units, SS formations, and Volkssturm militia, utilized barricades, mines, and urban terrain to slow the advance. Street-by-street fighting quickly became the defining feature of the battle, with both sides engaging in close-quarters combat that emphasized the brutal, grinding nature of urban warfare. Buildings, streets, and intersections became isolated combat zones, each requiring careful tactical maneuvering and constant vigilance. The role of armored units was crucial in these initial engagements. Soviet tanks spearheaded attacks, breaking through barricades and fortified positions while supporting infantry movements. German anti-tank weapons and improvised explosives were deployed in attempts to halt the armored advance, with varying degrees of effectiveness. In many instances, Soviet forces adapted quickly, using coordinated fire, infantry support, and flanking maneuvers to neutralize resistance. The combination of tactical flexibility, numerical superiority, and overwhelming firepower enabled the Red Army to make steady progress, even in the face of determined defensive efforts. For the defenders, the presence of such well-equipped and coordinated forces created an immediate and palpable sense of vulnerability. The civilian experience during these early clashes was marked by fear, improvisation, and resilience. Families sought shelter in the ruins of bombed-out buildings, cellars, and underground tunnels. Children were hidden away, while adults attempted to maintain some semblance of order and provide food and water. Civilians sometimes participated directly in the defense, assisting with barricades, supplying ammunition, or even taking up weapons. The psychological toll of witnessing death, destruction, and chaos firsthand was immense, yet the human instinct for survival and protection of loved ones compelled many to endure and adapt. The interplay between fear and determination characterized life within the city during these initial confrontations, highlighting the resilience and desperation of Berlin's population. Supply lines within the city were under constant threat. Roads and transport routes were heavily targeted by artillery and aerial bombardment, making it difficult to move troops, ammunition, and medical supplies to the front lines. Commanders were forced to improvise, relying on couriers, underground tunnels, and makeshift transportation to maintain communication and supply. Hospitals, already overwhelmed by previous bombardments and civilian casualties, struggled to treat the influx of wounded soldiers and civilians alike. Field medics faced impossible conditions, often operating without sufficient equipment, under fire, and in damaged facilities. The logistical strain compounded the physical and psychological pressures, further weakening the city's defensive capabilities. Despite these overwhelming challenges, German forces attempted countermeasures. Officers coordinated localized counterattacks, redeployed units to plug breaches, and utilized remaining artillery to target Soviet formations. Mines, booby traps, and barricades were employed strategically to slow the advance and inflict casualties. While these measures achieved temporary tactical successes in certain areas, they could not alter the overall momentum of the Red Army's advance. Each counterattack, though courageous, was ultimately a delaying action, as Soviet numerical superiority, coordination, and firepower ensured that progress continued inexorably. By the conclusion of the initial bombardment phase, the city had been fundamentally transformed. Streets were littered with debris, buildings bore massive structural damage, and the psychological impact on both defenders and civilians was immense. The first major engagements within Berlin set the tone for the battle to come, brutal, relentless, and defined by close-quarters combat. For the Red Army, the bombardment and initial clashes demonstrated the effectiveness of combined arms tactics, coordination, and overwhelming force. For the German defenders, it underscored the reality of their desperate situation, the insufficiency of their resources, and the enormity of the challenge that lay ahead. The stage was set for a battle that would become one of the most intense and decisive urban conflicts of the Second World War, with consequences that would resonate far beyond the city's borders. As the Soviet advance penetrated deeper into Berlin, the battle rapidly evolved into a complex, citywide engagement where every street, building, and cellar became a potential battlefield. The Red Army, capitalizing on the intelligence gathered during weeks of reconnaissance, orchestrated attacks in multiple directions simultaneously. Their approach combined the relentless application of artillery, armored support, and infantry maneuvers, creating a pressure that German defenders could scarcely withstand. The coordination of these elements was critical. Artillery softened positions before infantry and tanks advanced. Aircraft disrupted supply and communication lines, and engineers cleared barricades and obstacles to maintain momentum. The result was a chaotic yet methodically executed onslaught that transformed Berlin into a living, breathing war zone. German defenders attempted to adapt to the intensity of the assault, but limitations in both manpower and resources were immediately apparent. Experienced officers tried to organize counterattacks, reinforce key positions, and stabilize sectors threatened by Soviet breakthroughs. In many cases, the Volkssturm and hastily conscripted civilians were thrown into the line of fire, manning barricades, distributing ammunition, and performing auxiliary support tasks. The disparity between well-trained, battle-hardened Red Army units and the largely inexperienced defenders made sustained resistance difficult. Even with local successes in delaying attacks or inflicting casualties, German forces were increasingly fragmented, communication lines were disrupted, and morale began to fracture under the relentless pressure. The geography of Berlin itself played a decisive role in shaping the early stages of urban combat. Wide boulevards and major thoroughfares allowed armored columns to advance with relative speed, while narrow alleys and residential districts created choke points where defenders could attempt to stall the enemy. Factories, warehouses, and commercial buildings were transformed into fortified positions, with snipers, machine guns, and improvised explosive devices positioned to maximize damage. Residential basements and subway tunnels were also converted into defensive strongholds, allowing defenders to launch ambushes and evade artillery strikes. This interplay between urban architecture and military strategy created a brutal environment where both attackers and defenders faced extreme danger and unpredictability. casualties mounted quickly during the initial clashes. Soviet troops, despite overwhelming numbers and firepower, encountered fierce resistance in some districts, resulting in high losses for both sides. German soldiers and Volkssturm units were often eliminated or captured after protracted firefights, while civilians faced indiscriminate danger from artillery, airstrikes, and crossfire. Hospitals, already overwhelmed by earlier bombardments, struggled to cope with the influx of wounded, working under conditions of limited supplies, damaged infrastructure, and constant threat of further attacks. Field medics and volunteers performed extraordinary acts of courage, often exposing themselves to fire to save the injured. The scale of suffering underscored the human cost of the urban battle, highlighting both the desperation of the defenders and the relentless drive of the attackers. Soviet command emphasized flexibility and coordination in response to the evolving urban battlefield. Infantry units were trained to work in close coordination with tanks and artillery, clearing buildings, securing intersections, and maintaining momentum despite resistance. Engineers followed closely behind, dismantling barricades, clearing mines, and facilitating movement through streets filled with rubble. Artillery units adjusted fire patterns in real time based on frontline reports, ensuring that enemy positions were suppressed while avoiding unnecessary destruction of infrastructure useful for post-war administration. The result was a carefully orchestrated, multi-layered approach that exploited both the weaknesses of German defenses and the geography of Berlin, creating a relentless push toward the city center. Civilians endured these engagements under constant threat. Many had already experienced years of war, bombing raids, and displacement, but the intensity of street-to-street fighting introduced a new level of terror. Families sought shelter in cellars, basements, and tunnels, while others attempted to evacuate amidst the chaos, often at great risk. Children were hidden, and the elderly relied on neighbors and volunteers for survival. The psychological impact of witnessing death, destruction, and terror firsthand was profound, yet human resilience persisted. Civilians adapted, improvising shelters, rationing supplies, and assisting defenders wherever possible. The duality of fear and courage defined life during these opening stages of the Battle of Berlin. The command structure within Berlin faced enormous challenges. Hitler's insistence on holding the city at all costs created an environment of extreme pressure and rigidity, while the reality on the ground demanded rapid, flexible decision-making. Local commanders often had to reconcile unrealistic orders with practical limitations, balancing obedience to the Führer with the need to preserve lives and maintain some semblance of effective resistance. Communication breakdowns, disrupted supply lines, and the fragmentation of forces further complicated command decisions, leading to a mixture of localized successes and strategic failures. The tension between ideological adherence and practical necessity became a defining feature of Berlin's defense, shaping the patterns of combat and the allocation of resources. Urban combat quickly revealed the brutal realities of modern warfare. Soviet forces encountered barricades reinforced with rubble, abandoned vehicles, and improvised explosives designed to impede movement. Streets were mined, sniper positions were established in multi-story buildings, and civilians sometimes inadvertently or intentionally obstructed movement. Infantry assaults required careful coordination, supported by tanks that faced anti-tank weapons at every intersection. Each building taken often required hours of close-quarters combat, with casualties mounting on both sides. Engineers and sappers played a critical role, dismantling obstacles under fire and ensuring the continuity of the advance. The relentless pressure, combined with meticulous planning, ensured that the Soviet forces steadily overcame resistance while preparing for the next stage of the citywide offensive. Psychological warfare and propaganda also played roles during the initial clashes. Leaflets and broadcasts encouraged surrender among defenders, highlighting the futility of resistance and emphasizing the inevitability of Soviet victory. Some defenders were persuaded to abandon their positions, while others chose to fight to the death, reflecting the polarized mindset created by years of Nazi indoctrination and fear of reprisal. The complex interplay of ideology, fear, and survival shaped individual decisions, influencing both the pace of Soviet advances and the overall dynamics of urban combat. In many cases, psychological pressure was as effective as artillery in weakening resistance, contributing to the incremental collapse of defensive positions. By the end of the initial stage, the Red Army had established a foothold in multiple districts of Berlin, demonstrating the effectiveness of their combined arms tactics and overwhelming numerical advantage. German forces, while managing localized defensive successes, were unable to halt the Soviet advance. The city had already begun to transform into a fragmented battlefield, with pockets of resistance isolated and increasingly vulnerable. Civilians, meanwhile, continued to endure the consequences of bombardment, street fighting, and disrupted infrastructure, highlighting the immense human cost of the siege. The early days of the Battle of Berlin set a precedent for the intense, chaotic, and brutal combat that would define the coming weeks, establishing a pattern of urban warfare that would be remembered as one of the most significant in modern military history. Chapter 6: House-to-House Combat. The struggle for key districts within Berlin. By mid-April 1945, the Battle of Berlin had entered a critical phase. The initial bombardment and street-level clashes had disrupted German defenses, created gaps in communication, and established Soviet footholds across multiple districts. However, the city remained fiercely contested. The German defenders, composed of remaining Wehrmacht units, Waffen-SS formations, and Volkssturm militias, had fortified residential areas, industrial zones, and government buildings. Streets, avenues, and alleys had been transformed into labyrinths of barricades, rubble, and makeshift fortifications, creating the ideal environment for brutal, close-quarters combat. Every building, every corner, and every underground passage could conceal snipers, machine gun nests, and improvised explosive traps. The city itself had become both a fortress and a death trap. Soviet strategy adapted to the challenges of urban warfare. Recognizing the limitations of traditional massed assaults in densely built-up areas, commanders emphasized the integration of infantry, armor, artillery, and engineers. Tanks and armored vehicles led assaults along major streets, supported by infantry who cleared buildings and alleys, while sappers removed mines and improvised obstacles. Artillery units provided continuous bombardment, targeting known strong points and suspected enemy concentrations, while Soviet aircraft patrolled the skies, providing reconnaissance and executing precision strikes on heavily defended positions. The combination of coordinated firepower, numerical superiority, and tactical flexibility allowed the Red Army to advance steadily, albeit at the cost of high casualties in the fiercely contested streets. The defenders employed a variety of tactics to slow the Soviet advance. Barricades made from rubble, vehicles, and sandbags were reinforced with wire and improvised mines. Snipers took positions in upper stories of partially destroyed buildings, targeting advancing troops and disrupting communications. Machine gun nests covered streets and intersections, forcing attackers to advance carefully and methodically. In some districts, civilians assisted in reinforcing barricades, carrying ammunition, and supplying food and water to militia units. Despite these efforts, the defenders faced overwhelming odds. The Soviets' superior training, equipment, and coordination meant that even the most fortified positions could eventually be breached, turning localized successes into temporary respites rather than strategic victories. House-to-house combat presented extraordinary challenges for both attackers and defenders. Soviet infantry units faced the constant threat of ambush in narrow corridors, stairwells, and basements. Explosives hidden behind doors or in stairwells could decimate squads, while snipers in adjacent buildings posed a continual risk. Progress through a single block could take hours, requiring meticulous clearing and repeated assaults. Engineers played a critical role, using demolition charges and specialized tools to remove barricades, breach walls, and neutralize mines. The urban battlefield was chaotic and unpredictable, with shifting lines of control, constant threats from hidden defenders, and the omnipresent danger of fire, collapse, and secondary explosions. The psychological toll on soldiers and civilians alike was immense. Soviet troops, despite extensive training, faced extreme stress in confined spaces where danger could emerge from any direction. Exhaustion, fear, and the strain of continuous combat combined with the physical demands of moving through destroyed streets, climbing over rubble, and carrying heavy equipment. German defenders were similarly affected, as many were inexperienced Volkssturm members or elderly conscripts facing overwhelming force. Civilians, trapped in homes, basements, and shelters, witnessed death and destruction daily, experiencing trauma, hunger, and fear of imminent attack. The constant interplay of violence, uncertainty, and desperation created an environment where survival, improvisation, and endurance became the most vital skills. Strategically significant districts became focal points of intense fighting. Industrial zones, railway stations, and government buildings were defended tenaciously, as their capture or loss could influence the broader course of the battle. Factories were fortified, with upper floors converted into sniper posts and ground floors used for machine gun emplacements. Railway stations were defended to prevent the rapid movement of Soviet reinforcements and supplies. Bridges were destroyed or heavily defended to slow armored advances. The combination of structural complexity, determined resistance, and the urban terrain created an environment where progress was measured not in miles, but in individual streets and buildings. Each victory was costly and incremental, reflecting the grinding nature of the combat. The role of communication and intelligence in house-to-house fighting was critical. Soviet commanders relied on scouts, aerial reconnaissance, and frontline reports to identify weak points, coordinate attacks, and anticipate German maneuvers. Radios, runners, and signal flares were used to maintain contact between units, though communications were often disrupted by rubble, artillery, and enemy fire. German defenders faced similar challenges, attempting to coordinate units across fragmented streets, isolated neighborhoods, and damaged infrastructure. Miscommunication and delayed orders often led to missed opportunities or disastrous counterattacks, emphasizing the chaotic and unpredictable nature of urban warfare. The use of artillery and explosives within the city required careful planning to avoid unnecessary destruction while neutralizing defensive positions. Soviet engineers and artillery units calculated trajectories and charges to maximize impact on fortified structures without completely destroying potential routes for infantry advancement. Mines, grenades, and improvised explosive devices posed additional hazards for both attackers and defenders, necessitating constant vigilance. The urban battlefield demanded a delicate balance between force and precision, as excessive bombardment could block streets, collapse structures, and hinder further advances. Tactical skill, patience, and adaptability were essential for survival and success. Civilians played a multifaceted role during this phase. Many were forced to participate in fortification efforts, carrying supplies, reinforcing barricades, or assisting in medical care. Others attempted to escape to safer areas, navigating streets under fire, rubble, and collapsed buildings. The presence of civilians complicated combat operations, as soldiers had to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants while maintaining the momentum of their advance. The resilience and resourcefulness of the civilian population became a defining feature of the urban environment, reflecting both the desperation and determination of those trapped in the city. Acts of courage, solidarity, and ingenuity emerged amidst the chaos, shaping the dynamics of local engagements and survival strategies. By mid-April, it became evident that the battle would be defined by small-scale, high-intensity engagements rather than broad maneuver warfare. Each district was contested fiercely, with progress measured in individual buildings and streets rather than kilometers of territory. Soviet commanders adapted by deploying combined arms teams to exploit weak points, while German defenders focused on maximizing the defensive potential of each structure. The intensity of house-to-house combat slowed the overall advance, but it also inflicted significant casualties on the defenders, gradually eroding their ability to sustain resistance. The city itself had become a crucible of modern urban warfare, where strategy, endurance, and adaptability were constantly tested against overwhelming force. The fighting within Berlin's districts intensified as Soviet forces pressed their advantage, and the German defenders increasingly struggled to hold their ground. Every street became a battlefield, every building a potential death trap. Soviet infantry moved cautiously, clearing apartments, basements, and side streets, while armored units provided cover and fire support, often engaging in close-range encounters with enemy weapons. Engineers and sappers accompanied the troops, removing mines, dismantling barricades, and ensuring safe passage for subsequent forces. This coordinated approach allowed the Red Army to systematically reduce German positions, though the cost in time, effort, and human life was staggering. Progress was incremental, measured in the capture of individual blocks, and each success came at a high price. German defenders employed increasingly desperate measures to maintain control of key districts. Snipers, often positioned in damaged upper floors, targeted advancing troops and disrupted Soviet communication. Machine gun emplacements covered narrow streets, forcing attackers to take significant risks when attempting to advance. Improvised explosive devices, hidden in doorways, stairwells, and debris, added an unpredictable threat that slowed assaults. The Volkssturm, along with remaining Wehrmacht and SS units, fought tenaciously, motivated by ideology, fear, and the instinct to protect their families and homes. Despite their efforts, the overwhelming numbers and superior coordination of the Red Army made sustained resistance increasingly difficult, and isolated successes were unable to halt the inexorable advance. The psychological pressure on defenders was immense. Many Volkssturm members were inexperienced teenagers or elderly men facing battle-hardened Soviet troops. Morale fluctuated wildly. Moments of courage and temporary success were often followed by despair as positions were overrun or heavily shelled. Officers struggled to maintain discipline and cohesion, issuing orders to hold sectors that were already compromised. Fear, fatigue, and the constant threat of death created an environment where human endurance was tested to the extreme. Civilians, often trapped within the combat zones, witnessed these dynamics firsthand, further heightening anxiety and desperation. The urban landscape became a crucible of stress, where the mental and emotional toll of warfare was as severe as the physical. Tactical ingenuity played a significant role in the battle. Soviet forces used combined arms teams, coordinating infantry, tanks, and artillery to overwhelm German positions methodically. They adapted to the complexities of urban terrain by exploiting weak points, flanking barricades, and clearing buildings with precision. Engineers neutralized mines, removed obstacles, and facilitated the advance of troops through labyrinthine streets. Artillery units targeted fortifications with careful calibration, minimizing unnecessary destruction that could impede infantry movement. The integration of these elements demonstrated the Red Army's capacity for disciplined, adaptive warfare in an urban environment, a stark contrast to the fragmented and overstretched German defenses. The civilian experience during house-to-house fighting was one of profound hardship and ingenuity. Families sought refuge in basements, underground tunnels, and partially destroyed buildings, creating makeshift shelters to survive artillery bombardments, small arms fire, and collapsing structures. Food and water were scarce, and access to medical care was limited, placing extraordinary pressure on civilians to rely on resilience, resourcefulness, and mutual support. Children were hidden from the worst fighting, often kept in darkened rooms or cellars while adults attempted to fortify positions or secure supplies. The psychological strain of constant danger, coupled with the uncertainty of survival, left an indelible mark on those trapped within the city. Acts of courage and solidarity emerged amidst this chaos, illustrating the human instinct to survive and protect others even in the most dire circumstances. Key districts became focal points for the intensity of combat. Government buildings, railway stations, industrial complexes, and wide avenues were fortified and defended with extraordinary tenacity. Soviet forces, aware of their strategic significance, concentrated firepower and manpower to capture these areas. Each building was approached cautiously, with infantry clearing rooms, stairwells, and basements while tanks provided fire support and protection. Mines and improvised explosives slowed advances, requiring careful engineering work before troops could move forward. The combination of structural complexity, entrenched defenders, and urban geography made these engagements prolonged, bloody, and decisive. Control over each district represented not only a tactical victory, but also a psychological blow to the defenders. Communication within Berlin was under constant stress. German units struggled to relay orders between fragmented positions, often relying on runners or improvised signaling systems. Soviet units, despite being on the offensive, maintained robust communication through radios, forward observers, and liaison teams, allowing for real-time coordination and adaptation. Miscommunication among German forces frequently resulted in isolated units, delayed counterattacks, and missed opportunities to exploit temporary successes. The fractured command structure, coupled with the overwhelming pressure from the Red Army, contributed to the gradual erosion of organized resistance across the city. Each collapse of a sector further destabilized neighboring positions, accelerating the overall collapse of Berlin's defenses. Medical and logistical support in these districts was extremely limited. Field hospitals were overwhelmed by casualties, and many medical personnel were forced to operate under fire or in damaged buildings. Supplies of food, water, and ammunition were inconsistent, and the rapid pace of urban combat often made resupply impossible. Civilians sometimes assumed the role of auxiliary support, providing care for the wounded, transporting supplies, or assisting soldiers in fortification efforts. The strain on both military and civilian resources highlighted the extreme conditions of urban warfare and underscored the resilience and determination required to survive in the heart of a besieged city. The intensity of house-to-house fighting in Berlin reflected both strategic and symbolic imperatives. The German leadership demanded the defense of the capital at all costs, while the Soviet command recognized the importance of capturing key districts to facilitate the ultimate seizure of the city. This convergence of tactical necessity and ideological significance heightened the stakes for both sides, creating an environment of relentless, high-intensity combat. Each engagement, whether in a small residential block or a major industrial complex, carried profound implications for the morale, resources, and strategic options available to the combatants. The urban battlefield became a microcosm of the larger conflict, illustrating the interplay between strategy, ideology, and human endurance. By the end of this first stage of house-to-house combat, Soviet forces had secured multiple districts while German defenders were increasingly fragmented and exhausted. The city remained contested, but the momentum clearly favored the Red Army. The intensity of the fighting, combined with the complexity of urban terrain, ensured that the struggle would continue for weeks, with each block, building, and street contested fiercely. Civilians continued to endure unimaginable hardship. Soldiers faced relentless danger, and the city itself became a testament to both human resilience and the destructive power of modern warfare. The stage was set for further escalation as the Red Army prepared to consolidate gains and push toward the city center, where the ultimate showdown with the remaining German command would unfold. Chapter 7. The Siege of the Government District. Approaching the Reich Chancellery, as April progressed in 1945, Soviet forces steadily advanced through Berlin, their momentum bolstered by the incremental capture of key districts and the systematic dismantling of German defensive positions. The city, already battered by weeks of bombardment and urban combat, was slowly being reduced to a fragmented landscape of rubble, barricades, and isolated pockets of resistance. The strategic focus now shifted toward the government district, the symbolic and operational heart of the Third Reich. The Reich Chancellery, Adolf Hitler's Führerbunker, and surrounding ministries became the focal points for both defenders and attackers, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic and consequential confrontations of the battle. The German High Command recognized the critical importance of holding the government district. Adolf Hitler, still ensconced within the Führerbunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, issued increasingly urgent orders for the defense of the area. Every building, avenue, and bridge leading to the government complex was to be fortified. Barricades were reinforced with rubble, vehicles, and sandbags, while machine gun nests, sniper positions, and anti-tank weapons were strategically placed to maximize resistance. Volkssturm units, along with remaining Wehrmacht and SS formations, were tasked with holding the approaches at all costs, often operating with minimal coordination and under extreme psychological and physical stress. The expectation was that the defenders would turn the government district into a fortress capable of delaying or even repelling the Red Army's final assault, though the reality was far more precarious. Soviet commanders approached the challenge with meticulous planning. The government district represented not only a military objective, but also a symbolic prize, its capture signifying the collapse of Nazi leadership. Reconnaissance teams mapped streets, identified strongpoints, and assessed structural weaknesses. Artillery and mortars were positioned to target fortified buildings while minimizing obstacles for advancing infantry and armored units. Engineers prepared to breach barricades and clear rubble-strewn streets, ensuring that tanks and mechanized units could maintain momentum. The Soviets' combined arms strategy emphasized coordination, flexibility, and relentless pressure with each component: infantry, armor, artillery, engineers, working in concert to achieve the objective while minimizing casualties. The terrain and urban layout of the government district posed unique challenges. Wide boulevards, heavily fortified ministries, and complex underground networks created opportunities for both attackers and defenders. The chancellery itself was a massive structure with multiple wings, underground facilities, and surrounding gardens that could be used defensively. Streets leading to the district were littered with rubble from previous bombardments, creating natural obstacles while simultaneously complicating the movement of Soviet armored units. German defenders exploited these features, establishing kill zones, placing mines, and creating choke points designed to slow the advance and inflict maximum casualties. The interplay of geography, urban planning, and fortification strategy ensured that the approach to the government district would be fiercely contested. House-to-house combat in the surrounding districts intensified as Soviet forces drew closer to the government complex. Infantry units advanced cautiously, clearing buildings, stairwells, and basements of defenders. Tanks provided support, engaging fortified positions and protecting advancing soldiers. Engineers neutralized mines and dismantled barricades, ensuring the continuity of the assault. German defenders, aware of the strategic significance of the district, fought with extraordinary tenacity. Snipers targeted advancing troops, machine guns covered streets, and improvised explosives slowed the Red Army's progress. The psychological and physical strain on both attackers and defenders was immense, as every building represented a potential threat and every street a potential trap. Casualties mounted rapidly, yet the Soviet advance remained inexorable. Civilians continued to play a complex role in the district. Many were trapped in cellars, basements, and partially destroyed buildings, struggling to survive amidst artillery fire, small arms combat, and collapsing infrastructure. Some assisted in fortifications, transporting supplies, reinforcing barricades, or caring for the wounded. Others attempted to flee, navigating streets under fire, rubble, and debris. The presence of civilians complicated operations for both attackers and defenders, as combatants had to distinguish between non-combatants and active threats while maintaining the momentum of the assault. The resilience and adaptability of the civilian population became a critical factor in the dynamics of the battle, illustrating both the human cost of urban warfare and the capacity for survival under extreme conditions. Soviet tactics evolved to meet the challenges posed by the heavily defended government district. Reconnaissance units identified weak points and coordinated precise artillery strikes to disrupt defensive positions. Infantry units were trained to clear buildings methodically, using close-quarters combat techniques to neutralize snipers and machine gun nests. Tanks and armored vehicles were deployed to support assaults, often using coordinated fire to suppress resistance. Engineers worked continuously to remove mines, breach barricades, and ensure the passage of mechanized units. This combination of tactical flexibility, preparation, and relentless pressure allowed the Red Army to maintain momentum while minimizing unnecessary losses, a critical consideration given the intensity of resistance in the district. The psychological impact on German defenders was profound. Officers attempted to coordinate resistance amidst constant artillery bombardment, street fighting, and collapsing infrastructure. Morale fluctuated as positions were lost, casualties mounted, and communication became increasingly fragmented. Many Volkssturm members and inexperienced conscripts faced the terrifying reality of confronting a superior, well-coordinated force. Despite the fear, some units exhibited extraordinary resilience, holding positions for extended periods, improvising defensive measures, and inflicting casualties on advancing Soviet troops. Yet the overwhelming pressure, combined with shortages of ammunition, medical supplies, and reinforcements, gradually eroded the capacity for sustained resistance. Medical and logistical challenges were acute. Field hospitals were overwhelmed, supply lines disrupted by artillery and street fighting, and access to food and water severely limited. Civilians often assisted in providing care, transporting supplies, and supporting soldiers under fire. The extreme conditions emphasized the interconnectedness of military, civilian, and logistical elements in urban warfare. Survival depended on adaptation, coordination, and endurance, while both soldiers and civilians were forced to confront the relentless realities of combat, scarcity, and exposure to continuous danger. The government district became a microcosm of these broader challenges, with each street, building, and barricade representing both a tactical opportunity and a life-or-death risk. By the conclusion of this initial stage of the siege, Soviet forces had secured critical footholds in the surrounding areas, bringing them closer to the Reich Chancellery and other strategic objectives. German defenders were increasingly isolated, their capacity for coordinated defense severely diminished. Civilians continued to endure unimaginable hardship, caught between the advancing Red Army and the collapsing defenses of their city. The stage was set for the next phase of the Battle of Berlin, where the intensity of house-to-house fighting, the strategic significance of the government district, and the symbolic importance of the Führerbunker would converge in a decisive confrontation that would determine the fate of the Third Reich. As Soviet forces pressed deeper into Berlin, the government district became the epicenter of combat, a place where every street, building, and barricade was fiercely contested. The Red Army's methodical advance combined artillery, tanks, infantry, and engineers to systematically reduce German resistance. Each approach to the Reich Chancellery was carefully studied, with reconnaissance teams identifying potential choke points, sniper nests, and fortified positions. Soviet artillery targeted these locations relentlessly, softening defenses before infantry and armored units moved forward. The combination of preparation, coordination, and overwhelming force created a relentless pressure that the German defenders struggled to withstand. German defensive efforts intensified in response. Officers attempted to organize units to cover critical streets and intersections, while machine gun nests, snipers, and improvised explosives were deployed to slow Soviet progress. The Volkssturm, often composed of elderly men and teenage boys, were positioned to reinforce barricades, assist in ammunition distribution, and delay enemy advances. Despite their determination, the disparity in training, equipment, and numbers was glaring. Each sector became a microcosm of desperation, with isolated units fighting bravely but unable to halt the broader Soviet advance. The tension between ideological commitment and practical survival created a chaotic and psychologically taxing environment for defenders and civilians alike. The complexity of the government district's urban landscape posed unique challenges. The Reich Chancellery, with its fortified underground bunkers, sprawling gardens, and surrounding ministries, was heavily defended. Streets leading to the complex were filled with debris, collapsed buildings, and barricades designed to channel attackers into kill zones. Factories and commercial buildings in the vicinity were repurposed as defensive strongpoints, while basements and underground tunnels became refuges and ambush sites. Soviet troops had to navigate this environment carefully, clearing each building methodically while remaining aware of the constant threat of snipers, hidden explosives, and counterattacks. The intensity of house-to-house combat demanded vigilance, endurance, and adaptability at every level. Soviet combined arms tactics proved highly effective. Infantry squads moved in coordination with tanks, using armored support to suppress machine gun nests and fortified positions. Engineers followed closely, removing mines, dismantling barricades, and creating paths through rubble-strewn streets. Artillery units provided precise fire support, targeting strongpoints while preserving routes for advancing troops. The integration of these elements allowed the Red Army to maintain momentum despite the fierce resistance, exemplifying the effectiveness of planning, training, and flexibility in urban warfare. Each advance, though incremental, brought Soviet forces closer to the heart of the German government and the symbolic Führerbunker. The psychological strain on defenders reached a critical point. Many German soldiers were exhausted, injured, and demoralized, facing relentless attacks and dwindling supplies. The constant bombardment, street fighting, and knowledge that the city was surrounded exacerbated fear and fatigue. Officers struggled to maintain order and discipline, issuing orders to hold sectors that were increasingly untenable. Volkssturm units, despite their courage, faced overwhelming odds and often suffered heavy casualties. Civilians, caught in the crossfire, experienced trauma, hunger, and uncertainty, further complicating defensive efforts. The interplay of fear, exhaustion, and determination defined the atmosphere within the government district, making every decision, movement, and engagement fraught with danger. Medical and logistical challenges were severe. Field hospitals were overwhelmed by casualties, supply lines were disrupted, and access to food and water was limited. Civilians sometimes assisted with medical care, transportation of supplies, or reinforcement of defenses, reflecting both necessity and resilience. The extreme conditions emphasized the interconnectedness of military, civilian, and logistical elements in urban warfare. Survival depended on coordination, adaptability, and endurance, as soldiers and civilians alike confronted constant threats from artillery, small arms fire, and collapsing buildings. The government district became a microcosm of these challenges, illustrating the human cost and strategic complexity of citywide combat. Tactical engagements were characterized by methodical clearing of buildings, streets, and intersections. Soviet infantry squads advanced room by room, floor by floor, using grenades, rifles, and close-quarters combat techniques to neutralize defenders. Tanks provided fire support, targeting fortified positions and suppressing enemy fire. Engineers dismantled mines and obstacles, ensuring that advancing troops could maintain momentum. Each street, block, and building represented a distinct challenge, requiring careful coordination, patience, and tactical skill. The process was slow, brutal, and exhausting, yet the Red Army's discipline and numerical superiority ensured steady progress toward the Reich Chancellery. Civilians continued to play a complex role in the conflict. Many remained trapped in basements, shelters, and partially destroyed buildings, relying on ingenuity and resilience to survive. Others assisted in defensive preparations, transporting ammunition, reinforcing barricades, or aiding the wounded. Attempts to evacuate were perilous, with streets under constant artillery, rifle, and machine gun fire. The human cost of the siege was staggering, with casualties mounting among both combatants and non-combatants. Yet amid the chaos, acts of courage, solidarity, and resourcefulness emerged, highlighting the capacity for survival and cooperation in extreme conditions. By mid-April, Soviet forces had established control over the outer approaches to the government district, systematically neutralizing defensive positions while preparing for the final push toward the Reich Chancellery. German defenders, increasingly fragmented and exhausted, faced the reality that the fall of the capital was imminent. The intensity of house-to-house fighting, combined with the strategic significance of the district and the symbolic importance of the Führerbunker, set the stage for the climactic phase of the Battle of Berlin. Every street, building, and barricade would be contested with extraordinary ferocity, and the outcome of the battle would hinge on the coordination, endurance, and resilience of both attackers and defenders. The stage was set for a confrontation that would define the fate of the Third Reich. Soviet forces, leveraging their numerical superiority, tactical coordination, and relentless pressure, were poised to breach the last lines of German resistance. Meanwhile, the defenders, motivated by ideology, fear, and survival, prepared to make a final, desperate stand. Civilians continued to endure unimaginable hardship, caught between the advancing Red Army and the collapsing German defenses. The government district became both a battleground and a symbol, encapsulating the intensity, complexity, and human cost of urban warfare. The approaching weeks would witness some of the most brutal and decisive fighting of the Second World War, as the Reich Chancellery and surrounding districts became the focal point of history in the making. Chapter 8. The final Soviet assault on the Reich Chancellery and Hitler's bunker. By late April 1945, the Red Army had fully encircled Berlin, leaving the city's defenders in an increasingly desperate situation. The approach to the Reich Chancellery, the symbolic and strategic heart of Nazi Germany, was now the primary objective for Soviet commanders. Every street, avenue, and building leading to the Chancellery was fortified, mined, and manned with units determined to resist to the last. German forces, including remnants of the Wehrmacht, Waffen-SS, and Volkssturm, were exhausted, under-equipped, and often inexperienced, yet they fought with an intensity born of fear, ideology, and the instinct for survival. Civilians were trapped in basements, shelters, and ruins, struggling to endure bombardment, sniper fire, and collapsing infrastructure. The stage was set for the climactic confrontation in the government district, where the fate of Berlin and the Third Reich would be decided. Soviet planners approached the assault with meticulous care. Reconnaissance teams mapped defensive positions, identified potential strongpoints, and monitored communication lines. Artillery units were positioned to provide continuous bombardment, targeting barricades, fortified buildings, and suspected positions of leadership. Engineers prepared to breach obstacles, neutralize mines, and facilitate the advance of mechanized units. Infantry units trained for close-quarters combat were deployed to methodically clear each building, alley, and street, while tanks provided direct fire support and protection. Coordination between all branches was critical. Mistakes could result in unnecessary casualties or allow defenders to regroup. The Soviet strategy emphasized relentless pressure, precise execution, and systematic reduction of resistance. The German defenders, aware that the city's fall was imminent, concentrated forces in the government district. Barricades were reinforced with rubble, vehicles, and sandbags. Snipers were positioned in upper floors, and machine guns covered every conceivable approach. Volkssturm units, often consisting of teenagers or elderly men, were assigned to auxiliary roles, reinforcing barricades, distributing ammunition, and providing warnings of approaching Soviet units. Officers attempted to maintain cohesion and organize counterattacks, but fractured communication and the psychological toll of relentless bombardment made coordination increasingly difficult. Each unit faced the dual challenge of defending territory and protecting civilians trapped within the district. Urban geography played a decisive role in the battle. The Reich Chancellery itself, with multiple wings, underground bunkers, and gardens, provided natural defensive advantages. Streets leading to the complex were cluttered with rubble, destroyed vehicles, and barricades, creating choke points for advancing troops. Factories, offices, and residential buildings nearby were fortified, offering additional positions for snipers and machine guns. The U-Bahn tunnels were converted into supply routes, shelters, and defensive strongpoints. Soviet troops faced the dual challenge of neutralizing these positions while maintaining momentum in an environment where visibility was limited, danger was omnipresent, and the terrain constantly changed due to bombardment and street fighting. Initial Soviet attacks focused on outer positions surrounding the Chancellery. Infantry squads advanced in coordination with tanks, using armored support to suppress defensive positions. Engineers cleared mines, dismantled barricades, and facilitated movement through streets strewn with debris. Artillery units provided continuous fire support, targeting fortified buildings and strongpoints. Each advance was methodical. Every street, block, and building had to be cleared, often requiring hours of close-quarters combat. Snipers, hidden explosives, and machine gun nests slowed progress, but the overwhelming coordination and numerical superiority of Soviet forces ensured steady gains. The fighting was intense, brutal, and physically and psychologically exhausting for all involved. German defenders mounted determined resistance. Snipers targeted advancing soldiers, machine guns covered intersections, and improvised explosives impeded armored movement. Small groups of Wehrmacht and SS units counterattacked whenever gaps appeared in Soviet lines. The intensity of resistance reflected both fear and ideological commitment. For many defenders, surrender was unthinkable and retreat was impossible. Civilians, caught in the crossfire, suffered alongside combatants, facing artillery, small arms fire, and collapsing buildings. Despite the chaos, acts of resilience, courage, and improvisation emerged as defenders and civilians alike struggled to survive and protect one another. The psychological strain was immense. Soviet troops, trained and battle-hardened, faced constant vigilance in confined urban spaces where danger lurked around every corner. German defenders, often inexperienced, faced overwhelming pressure, high casualties, and the realization that relief was impossible. Civilians endured terror, deprivation, and the destruction of their city, often witnessing friends and family killed or injured. The interplay of fear, courage, and endurance defined life in the government district, illustrating the extreme psychological demands of urban warfare. Morale fluctuated constantly, shaped by localized victories, losses, and the omnipresent threat of death. Medical and logistical support were critical but limited. Field hospitals were overwhelmed by casualties, supply lines were disrupted, and food and water were scarce. Civilians often assisted in providing care, transporting supplies, or reinforcing defenses. The interconnectedness of combat, civilian survival, and logistical support highlighted the complexity of urban warfare. Soldiers and civilians alike were forced to adapt continuously, using ingenuity, resourcefulness, and resilience to endure relentless attacks. The government district became a microcosm of these challenges, encapsulating the strategic, tactical, and human dimensions of the battle. Soviet commanders emphasized coordination, flexibility, and relentless pressure. Infantry units cleared buildings systematically, supported by tanks and armored vehicles. Engineers neutralized explosives, removed barricades, and facilitated movement through complex urban terrain. Artillery units delivered precise fire support, suppressing resistance while maintaining routes for infantry and mechanized units. Reconnaissance and forward observation enabled rapid adaptation to German defensive strategies. Each component of the Red Army's approach reinforced the others, creating a multifaceted, synchronized assault that overwhelmed defenders incrementally. Success depended on the integration of all elements, meticulous planning, and the ability to adapt to the chaotic environment of urban combat. By the end of this initial stage of the final assault, Soviet forces had secured the outer approaches to the Reich Chancellery. German defenders were increasingly isolated, fatigued, and depleted, with their ability to coordinate resistance severely compromised. Civilians, though largely sheltered in basements and tunnels, continued to endure extreme hardship, witnessing destruction, death, and the collapse of their city. The symbolic and strategic significance of the government district made the fight exceptionally intense, as every street, building, and barricade became a site of life-or-death combat. The momentum clearly favored the Red Army, setting the stage for the climactic confrontation within the Chancellery itself and the Führerbunker below. The final days of April 1945 transformed the government district into an inferno of violence, chaos, and desperation. Soviet forces, having secured the outer approaches to the Reich Chancellery, now faced the task of penetrating the last fortified positions, including the Chancellery itself and the subterranean Führerbunker. Every street leading to these critical points was fortified with barricades, mines, and machine gun nests, and every building was transformed into a potential defensive stronghold. The German defenders, a combination of experienced soldiers, Waffen-SS units, Volkssturm conscripts, and Hitler loyalists, were determined to resist to the very end. Civilians remained trapped amid collapsing infrastructure, artillery bombardment, and street-to-street fighting, adding a layer of complexity and urgency to both defensive and offensive operations. The final assault demanded a level of coordination, precision, and endurance unmatched in the battle so far. Soviet commanders meticulously orchestrated the attack on the Reich Chancellery. Reconnaissance teams identified weak points in fortifications, assessed building stability, and located potential avenues for armored advance. Artillery units delivered concentrated barrages to suppress defensive fire, targeting barricades, snipers, and fortified rooms, while minimizing obstacles for infantry and mechanized units. Engineers prepared to neutralize mines, dismantle barricades, and facilitate the advance of tanks and infantry. Infantry squads were trained for meticulous, room-by-room clearing operations, fully aware that every doorway, stairwell, and corridor could conceal defenders armed with machine guns, rifles, and explosives. The Soviets approached the final assault with both methodical precision and relentless pressure, determined to capture the Chancellery while minimizing unnecessary casualties. German defenders displayed extraordinary resolve, though increasingly exhausted and demoralized. Officers attempted to organize the remaining forces to cover strategic points, coordinate counterattacks, and reinforce barricades. Snipers occupied upper floors of partially destroyed buildings, targeting advancing Soviet troops, while machine gun teams covered intersections and choke points. Volkssturm units, despite minimal training and equipment, manned barricades, distributed ammunition, and provided support to regular units. The psychological strain on defenders was immense. They faced relentless artillery, advancing infantry, and the knowledge that no reinforcements would arrive. Each street, each building, and each floor became a desperate contest of endurance, courage, and tactical improvisation. House-to-house combat escalated to its most brutal stage. Soviet infantry moved carefully, clearing rooms and stairwells while maintaining communication with armored units and engineers. Explosives were used to breach heavily barricaded doors, while tanks provided direct fire support against fortified positions. Mines, hidden explosives, and sniper fire created a hazardous environment that slowed progress and inflicted casualties. Yet the Red Army's superior coordination, numerical strength, and tactical flexibility allowed them to maintain momentum. Each advance brought Soviet troops closer to the Chancellery and the Führerbunker, while simultaneously inflicting incremental losses on German defenders. The combat environment was chaotic, unpredictable, and extraordinarily lethal, demanding constant vigilance, discipline, and adaptation. The psychological toll on both soldiers and civilians was staggering. Soviet troops experienced extreme stress, constantly alert to ambushes, hidden explosives, and sniper fire. German defenders faced fear, exhaustion, and the constant threat of annihilation, while also grappling with the futility of resistance and the protection of civilians. Civilians, trapped in basements and shelters, endured artillery fire, collapsing buildings, and the terror of witnessing death and destruction firsthand. Survival required ingenuity, adaptability, and mental resilience, as the lines between combatant and non-combatant blurred in the densely packed urban environment. The intensity of the fighting compounded fatigue, disorientation, and fear, creating conditions that tested human endurance to the utmost limits. Tactical coordination was central to Soviet success. Infantry squads cleared buildings systematically, supported by tanks to suppress defensive fire. Engineers dismantled mines, removed barricades, and ensured passage through rubble-strewn streets. Artillery provided precise fire support, neutralizing fortified positions while preserving routes for infantry and mechanized units. Forward reconnaissance enabled rapid adjustments to defensive tactics, while continuous communication allowed for synchronization of attacks across multiple sectors. This integration of infantry, armor, artillery, and engineering units exemplified the effectiveness of combined arms operations in urban warfare and proved decisive in overcoming the desperate German defenses. The capture of strategic buildings and streets surrounding the Reich Chancellery was achieved incrementally. Soviet troops advanced through partially destroyed administrative offices, factories, and residential buildings, engaging in close-quarters combat that demanded exceptional discipline and coordination. Each building taken reduced the defensive depth of German forces, creating opportunities to encircle remaining units and press closer to the Chancellery itself. Snipers, machine gun nests, and booby traps slowed progress but could not stop it entirely. German units increasingly found themselves isolated, unable to reinforce positions or maintain coordinated resistance. The collapse of outer defenses signaled the impending fall of the Chancellery and, ultimately, the heart of Nazi command. Inside the Chancellery and Führerbunker, conditions were desperate. Adolf Hitler, along with senior aides, remained in the underground complex, issuing orders to units that were increasingly unable to execute them effectively. Communication lines were fragmented, supply shortages were critical, and morale among defenders was eroding. The bunker itself, though fortified, could not withstand direct assault indefinitely. Soviet artillery targeted entrances and exposed positions, while infantry and sappers prepared for final clearance operations. The combination of physical fortifications, underground passages, and barricaded entrances created a complex environment that slowed Soviet progress, but the overwhelming pressure of numbers and firepower rendered the eventual outcome inevitable. Civilians trapped in the vicinity of the Chancellery faced extreme peril. Many had been sheltered in basements and underground tunnels for days or weeks, relying on dwindling food and water supplies. Continuous bombardment, collapsing buildings, and street fighting created constant threats. Civilians often assisted in reinforcing barricades, transporting supplies, or aiding the wounded, despite the personal risk. Attempts to evacuate were largely impossible due to Soviet encirclement and the presence of sniper fire and artillery. The human cost of the siege was immense, as civilians bore the brunt of both defensive and offensive operations, enduring psychological trauma, injury, and loss. Survival required resilience, courage, and adaptability under conditions of extreme danger. By the end of this phase, Soviet forces had penetrated deep into the government district, effectively surrounding the chancellery and preparing to breach the Führerbunker. German defenders were isolated, depleted, and exhausted, while civilians endured unimaginable hardship. The symbolic and strategic significance of the district heightened the intensity of combat, making each engagement both tactically critical and psychologically charged. The final assault represented the culmination of weeks of relentless urban warfare, where strategy, endurance, and human will intersected in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Berlin and the Third Reich. The stage was set for the ultimate confrontation, where the fall of the Reich Chancellery would signal the definitive collapse of Nazi Germany. Chapter 9. The final days in the Führerbunker and collapse of German command. By the final days of April 1945, the Führerbunker beneath the Reich Chancellery had become both a refuge and a tomb for Adolf Hitler, his closest aides, and a handful of remaining officers. The outer city had been overrun by the Red Army, and the surrounding government district was engulfed in continuous artillery fire, tanks, and street-to-street fighting. The city that had once been the vibrant heart of Germany was now a shattered labyrinth of rubble, smoke, and chaos. Hitler, isolated from any effective command, clung to increasingly delusional notions of victory, issuing orders that could no longer be executed. Communications were fragmented, resources dwindled, and morale among defenders and civilians alike had collapsed under the weight of relentless pressure. Within the concrete confines of the bunker, the collapse of the Third Reich was both imminent and inescapably real. The atmosphere in the Führerbunker was tense and suffused with despair. Hitler, surrounded by aides such as Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, and key military officers, continued to issue directives to units that were rapidly losing cohesion on the surface. Reports from the front lines, when they arrived, confirmed the inevitable. Soviet forces had secured the majority of the government district, advanced into previously fortified neighborhoods, and were preparing to breach the last lines of defense. Yet Hitler remained determined to issue orders for counterattacks, last-ditch defenses, and symbolic resistance. Staff officers struggled to reconcile these orders with the stark reality outside, knowing that the capacity to execute any strategic maneuver was gone. The psychological strain was unbearable, with desperation, fear, and fatalism pervading every corner of the bunker. German defenders on the surface faced an impossible situation. Remaining Wehrmacht, SS units, and Volkssturm conscripts were increasingly isolated, often encircled by Soviet forces and cut off from reinforcements. Artillery and small arms fire continued to devastate defensive positions, while tanks and infantry systematically cleared blocks and streets. Barricades, mines, and improvised explosive devices slowed advances temporarily, but could not stop the overwhelming momentum of the Red Army. Each street was a battleground, every building a potential death trap, and every engagement a matter of life and death. Despite extraordinary courage and tenacity, Defenders could not maintain cohesion, and their losses mounted steadily. Further weakening the city's defensive capabilities, civilians, still trapped within the city, experienced the escalating horror firsthand. Many had spent days or weeks in basements, cellars, and shelters, subsisting on minimal food and water. Artillery bombardments, collapsing buildings, street fighting, and crossfire created omnipresent threats, turning survival into a daily ordeal. Attempts to flee were nearly impossible due to encirclement, ongoing combat, and sniper fire. Families improvised shelters, rationed supplies, and attempted to care for the wounded, yet the relentless pressure of urban warfare created despair. The psychological toll was immense, with fear, uncertainty, and grief interwoven with the struggle to survive. The civilian experience during these final days illustrates the human cost of total war, revealing resilience, courage, and tragedy in equal measure. Inside the Führerbunker, Hitler's detachment from reality became increasingly pronounced. Meetings with generals and aides revealed his refusal to accept the imminent collapse of Berlin. Plans for counterattacks or breakout operations were impractical and impossible to implement. Orders were issued to units that no longer existed in meaningful form, and directives often contradicted the physical realities on the ground. Staff officers and aides attempted to temper these orders, understanding that resistance on the surface had largely become symbolic rather than strategic. The bunker itself, fortified and subterranean, became a psychological prison where the line between command and delusion blurred as the Third Reich's final hours approached. The surrounding government district was a scene of relentless combat. Soviet forces methodically reduced the remaining defensive positions, block by block, house by house. Infantry squads advanced with tanks and armored vehicles, using engineering teams to dismantle barricades and neutralize mines. Machine gun nests, sniper positions, and improvised explosive devices were cleared systematically, often at great cost and casualties. Each advance brought the Red Army closer to the Chancellery, reducing the remaining defensive depth. German units, increasingly fragmented and exhausted, mounted sporadic counterattacks but were unable to reverse the momentum. The collapse of the surface defenses was both inevitable and accelerating, leaving the bunker isolated, surrounded, and symbolically besieged. Communication between the bunker and remaining German units was sporadic and largely ineffective. Radio transmissions were often disrupted, runners were intercepted or killed, and fragmented reports filtered back to Hitler with delays or inaccuracies. Officers on the surface struggled to interpret orders that no longer reflected the situation at hand, creating confusion, frustration, and fatalism. The once rigid German command structure had disintegrated under the weight of urban combat, encirclement, and overwhelming force. Even small tactical successes by individual units could not alter the strategic reality. Berlin was doomed, and the government district was the final stronghold before total collapse. Medical and logistical conditions deteriorated further. Field hospitals were destroyed or inaccessible. Supplies of food, water, and medicine were critically low, and wounded soldiers and civilians alike faced near certain death if evacuation or care was impossible. Civilians assisted in caring for the injured, transporting supplies, or reinforcing barricades, despite exposure to artillery, sniper fire, and collapsing infrastructure. The interconnectedness of military, civilian, and logistical elements emphasized the extreme difficulty of survival and operational effectiveness in the city's final days. The situation within Berlin reflected a complete breakdown of conventional support networks. highlighting the toll of prolonged urban warfare on both combatants and non-combatants. The intensity of the Red Army's final push was unmatched. Soviet forces, aware of the symbolic significance of capturing the Führerbunker and the Reich Chancellery, coordinated multi-directional attacks to envelop remaining defenders. Artillery barges softened positions, infantry cleared buildings methodically, and tanks provided direct fire support against fortified structures. Engineers removed mines, dismantled barricades, and ensured continuity of movement through streets filled with rubble. Snipers and machine gun teams provided covering fire, suppressing German resistance while minimizing Soviet casualties. The integrated, relentless assault illustrated both the planning and execution capabilities of the Red Army and the extreme challenges of urban warfare. Psychological warfare played a critical role in the final stages. Leaflets and broadcasts encouraged surrender, emphasized the futility of resistance, and sought to weaken morale. German defenders, already exhausted and aware of their isolation, faced mounting despair. Some units surrendered in small groups, while others continued to fight to the death, reflecting the divided mindset created by years of ideological indoctrination and fear. Civilians, too, experienced psychological pressure, forced to navigate the hazards of combat while protecting themselves and their families. The combination of physical, psychological, and environmental stressors created a uniquely harrowing combat environment, one that would define the closing days of Berlin, by the end of this first stage of the final siege. The Red Army had penetrated significant portions of the government district. German defenders were isolated, fragmented, and increasingly incapable of coordinated action. Civilians continued to endure extreme hardship, seeking shelter and survival amidst bombardment and street fighting. Within the Führerbunker, Hitler and his aides confronted the reality that Berlin was lost, even as delusion and denial persisted. The stage was set for the ultimate collapse, where symbolic, strategic, and human dimensions converged in the final hours of the Third Reich. The intensity, coordination, and endurance displayed by both attackers and defenders during this phase exemplified the brutal nature of urban combat and the extreme stakes of the Battle of Berlin. By the end of April 1945, the Red Army had fully encircled Berlin, and the government district was a scene of relentless urban warfare. Soviet forces, having captured surrounding districts and outer defensive positions, pressed toward the Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker with overwhelming coordination, numerical superiority, and strategic precision. German defenders, including remnants of the Wehrmacht, Waffen-SS, and the Volkssturm, were increasingly fragmented, exhausted, and demoralized, yet they fought with a mixture of desperation, fear, and ideological loyalty. Civilians remained trapped in basements and shelters, enduring bombardment, sniper fire, and collapsing buildings, their survival contingent on resilience, luck, and ingenuity. The city's final hours were defined by extreme violence, psychological strain, and the collapse of organized command. Within the Führerbunker, Adolf Hitler's psychological state deteriorated further. Isolated from effective communication and surrounded by aides such as Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, and selected military officers, he persisted in issuing increasingly unrealistic orders. Reports reaching the bunker confirmed that Soviet forces were closing in, yet Hitler clung to visions of counterattacks, miracles, and continued resistance. Staff officers faced the impossible task of balancing adherence to orders with the stark realities on the ground. Communications were fragmented, and coordination with remaining units on the surface was largely ineffective. Hitler's refusal to acknowledge the inevitability of defeat intensified the tension within the bunker, creating an atmosphere of fear, anxiety, and hopelessness among those around him. The German defenders on the surface faced almost insurmountable odds. Soviet infantry, armored units, and engineers advanced methodically through streets strewn with rubble, barricades, and debris. Every building, alleyway, and street corner became a potential strongpoint for snipers, machine guns, and improvised explosives. German units, increasingly isolated and fragmented, attempted desperate counterattacks to slow the advance, reinforce barricades, and maintain cohesion. Despite courage and determination, the imbalance of numbers, coordination, and firepower was overwhelming. Each street gained by Soviet forces represented a psychological and tactical blow, eroding morale among defenders and signaling the approaching collapse of organized resistance. Civilians endured the full brunt of urban combat. Trapped in basements, cellars, and makeshift shelters, they faced constant artillery fire, collapsing buildings, and crossfire. Food and water were scarce, medical care was largely unavailable, and the psychological toll of continuous bombardment and exposure to death was immense. Families improvised survival strategies, rationed limited resources, and attempted to protect children and the wounded. Some civilians assisted in reinforcing barricades or transporting supplies under fire, reflecting both necessity and courage. The human cost of the final days was staggering, highlighting both the resilience of the population and the devastating effects of total urban warfare on noncombatants. The physical environment of the government district contributed to the ferocity of combat. The Reich Chancellery, with its fortified wings, underground bunkers, and surrounding gardens, was heavily defended. Streets were littered with rubble, vehicles, and barricades designed to funnel attacking forces into kill zones. Factories, administrative offices, and residential buildings were converted into defensive positions. Mines, booby traps, and sniper nests added to the hazards faced by advancing Soviet forces. The complexity of urban terrain required meticulous clearing operations by infantry, coordination with armor, and the expertise of engineers to neutralize explosives and create safe paths for continued assault. Each block was a microcosm of strategic, tactical, and human challenges. Soviet tactical operations emphasized coordination, adaptability, and relentless pressure. Infantry squads moved systematically through buildings, clearing stairwells, corridors, and basements. Tanks provided fire support against fortified structures, while engineers neutralized mines and dismantled barricades. Artillery units delivered precise bombardments to suppress defensive positions, and reconnaissance teams facilitated the identification of weak points. Coordination between infantry, armor, artillery, and engineers ensured that advances were continuous and methodical, even in the face of fierce resistance. The integration of combined arms proved decisive in overcoming the last pockets of German resistance in the government district. German defenders exhibited extraordinary determination despite dwindling resources. Snipers targeted Soviet infantry, machine gun teams covered intersections, and improvised explosives slowed armored advances. Counterattacks were mounted whenever possible, though often with limited coordination and high casualties. The psychological strain was immense. Soldiers faced exhaustion, the certainty of defeat, and the responsibility to protect civilians trapped in combat zones. Ideological indoctrination, fear of retribution, and personal survival instincts intertwined, motivating defenders to continue fighting even in hopeless circumstances. Civilians, too, were affected by these dynamics, witnessing extreme violence, loss of life, and destruction firsthand while attempting to endure and survive. Medical and logistical conditions were catastrophic. Field hospitals were overwhelmed, supply lines disrupted, and access to food, water, and medicine severely limited. Civilians and military personnel improvised care for the wounded, transported supplies under fire, and reinforced defenses despite exposure to artillery, sniper fire, and collapsing buildings. The interdependence of combat operations, civilian survival, and logistics emphasized the extreme challenges of urban warfare in Berlin's final days. Both defenders and civilians were forced to adapt continuously, demonstrating resilience, resourcefulness, and the capacity to endure under extreme stress. The Red Army's final assault intensified as Soviet forces reached the immediate vicinity of the Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker. Multi-directional attacks, coordinated artillery, and systematic infantry clearing operations gradually eliminated remaining defensive positions. Tanks and armored vehicles engaged barricades, fortifications, and strongpoints, while sappers and engineers ensured that advancing troops could maintain momentum. The precision, coordination, and relentless pressure of Soviet tactics made resistance increasingly futile, even as German defenders fought with extraordinary courage and determination. Each step forward brought the Red Army closer to the symbolic and strategic heart of Nazi Germany. Inside the Führerbunker, the collapse of command became unavoidable. Hitler and his closest aides realized, with varying degrees of acknowledgement, that the city was lost. Attempts to coordinate counterattacks and defensive maneuvers had become meaningless, and communication with surface units was effectively severed. The bunker, though fortified, could not withstand direct assault indefinitely, and the reality of encirclement by overwhelming Soviet forces was undeniable. The psychological atmosphere was one of despair, fatalism, and tension, compounded by the collapse of external defenses and the witnessing of Berlin's destruction from within the confines of subterranean walls. By the end of this phase, Soviet forces had effectively isolated the Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker, systematically reducing remaining German defensive positions. Civilians endured extreme hardship, sheltering underground or in partially destroyed buildings, while soldiers faced relentless assaults with dwindling resources. The symbolic, strategic, and human significance of the government district reached its peak, as the fall of the Führerbunker would represent the definitive collapse of organized Nazi command in Berlin. The stage was set for the final hours of the Third Reich, where the convergence of tactical, psychological, and human factors would determine the ultimate fate of the city and its defenders. Chapter 10: The Surrender of German Forces and Red Army Consolidation. The final days of April 1945 marked the definitive collapse of organized German resistance within Berlin as the Red Army pressed into the heart of the government district. After weeks of relentless urban combat, house-to-house clearing operations, and heavy bombardment, Soviet forces had effectively secured most of the city's key positions. German forces, exhausted, fragmented, and demoralized, faced the inevitable reality of surrender. The Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker were isolated, surrounded by the advancing Red Army, and defended only by a handful of officers, remnants of the Wehrmacht, Waffen-SS units, and the Volkssturm. The strategic and symbolic center of Nazi Germany was now on the brink of collapse, and the human, military, and psychological dimensions of the city's fall became increasingly intertwined. German command structures were effectively non-functional. Communications between remaining units were sporadic, disrupted, and often unreliable. Orders from the Führerbunker, when they reached soldiers, were frequently impossible to implement due to encirclement, lack of ammunition, and the overwhelming pressure of Soviet attacks. Officers attempted to maintain some cohesion among defensive units, but the combination of casualties, fear, exhaustion, and disorientation made coordinated operations increasingly unfeasible. In many sectors, soldiers acted independently or surrendered to Soviet forces, reflecting both pragmatic survival instincts and the recognition that further resistance was futile. The collapse of command was as much psychological as operational, as the perception of inevitable defeat permeated the remaining German forces. Civilians continued to experience extreme suffering. Food and water shortages were critical, and makeshift shelters were overcrowded and exposed to artillery, sniper fire, and collapsing buildings. Many families had endured days or weeks underground, rationing meager supplies and improvising survival strategies in confined spaces. The constant presence of combatants, combined with the psychological trauma of witnessing death and destruction, compounded the difficulty of survival. Civilians often assisted soldiers in reinforcing barricades, transporting supplies, and caring for the wounded, blurring the line between combatant and non-combatant. The interdependence of survival strategies in this urban environment highlighted both resilience and the extraordinary human cost of total warfare. Soviet operations focused on systematic consolidation of captured territory. Infantry squads continued to clear streets, buildings, and alleys methodically, while tanks and armored vehicles provided direct fire support against remaining fortified positions. Engineers removed mines and dismantled barricades to facilitate movement, and artillery units delivered precise fire to neutralize any residual defensive strongpoints. Reconnaissance teams identified isolated pockets of resistance and coordinated with forward units to eliminate them. Coordination between infantry, armor, engineers, and artillery ensured continuous momentum, minimizing opportunities for German defenders to regroup. The integrated assault demonstrated both strategic planning and tactical discipline, emphasizing the effectiveness of combined arms operations in urban warfare. German defenders mounted sporadic resistance in isolated pockets. Snipers occupied upper floors and fortified rooms. Machine gun teams covered key intersections, and small counterattacks were launched wherever feasible. Despite bravery and determination, these efforts could not alter the overall trajectory of the battle. Supplies were critically low, communications fragmented, and reinforcements non-existent. Morale deteriorated rapidly, and many units surrendered when faced with overwhelming Soviet force. The interplay of courage, desperation, and futility created a tense and psychologically charged combat environment, highlighting the extreme human costs of defending a collapsing city. The physical devastation of Berlin was extensive. Entire blocks had been reduced to rubble by artillery, bombing, and street fighting. Streets were obstructed by debris, destroyed vehicles, and barricades, complicating movement for both attackers and civilians. Buildings had been converted into defensive positions, creating hazards for advancing Soviet troops. Underground networks, including U-Bahn tunnels and the Führerbunker, provided shelter but also traps, as they became targets for artillery, smoke, and explosives. The urban terrain amplified the intensity of combat, making every step, building, and alley a potential site of deadly engagement. The city itself was transformed into a battlefield where strategy, human endurance, and improvisation were continuously tested. The surrender process unfolded incrementally. Isolated German units, recognizing the futility of resistance, began to lay down arms, often coordinating through intermediaries or surrender delegations. Civilians occasionally facilitated communication, helping to identify safe passage routes or convey intentions to surrender. Soviet forces accepted surrenders systematically, disarming troops, securing captured areas, and providing minimal humanitarian assistance where feasible. The process of consolidation required careful management of prisoners, civilians, and the urban environment, ensuring that resistance was neutralized while maintaining order in a city devastated by weeks of combat. The methodical approach reflected both strategic prudence and logistical necessity. Inside the Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker, surrender was approached with complexity and tension. Remaining officers and staff had to reconcile loyalty to Hitler with the reality that further resistance was meaningless. The Führerbunker, fortified and subterranean, could not withstand a prolonged assault, and attempts to maintain command were increasingly symbolic rather than practical. Orders issued from the bunker were largely ignored or impossible to implement, and the psychological pressure on those inside was extreme. The decision to surrender or attempt escape carried both practical and moral weight, complicated by fear of retribution, ideological indoctrination, and concern for personal survival. These final decisions marked the closing chapter in the operational collapse of Nazi command. The human dimension of surrender was profound. Soldiers faced the dual reality of defeat and the unknown treatment by Soviet forces. Civilians confronted the dangers of leaving shelters, traversing destroyed streets, and interacting with victorious troops. The process required coordination, trust, and negotiation under conditions of extreme stress. Many surrendered individually, others in small groups, and some attempted escape while the Soviet advance continued. The psychological impact of surrender, relief, fear, shame, and uncertainty, intersected with the physical realities of urban devastation, creating a complex human experience at the close of combat operations. Survival required careful navigation of both the physical and social hazards of a city in collapse. Red Army consolidation of Berlin involved systematic clearing of remaining defensive positions. Infantry units advanced through buildings, removing snipers and machine gun nests, while tanks engaged fortified structures. Engineers dismantled barricades, cleared mines, and facilitated the movement of troops. Artillery continued to provide fire support against isolated strongpoints. The methodical nature of the operation ensured that remaining German resistance was neutralized efficiently, reducing casualties and securing critical objectives. Soviet commanders emphasized coordination and tactical discipline, ensuring that the final stages of combat reinforced broader strategic goals, including the symbolic capture of Berlin as the epicenter of the Third Reich. By the end of this phase, Soviet forces had secured the majority of the government district, effectively isolating the Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker. German defenders were fragmented, demoralized, and largely incapable of coordinated resistance. Civilians, though traumatized and exhausted, emerged from shelters or surrendered alongside soldiers. The physical and psychological dimensions of urban combat converged in this final stage, highlighting the immense cost, complexity, and endurance required in the Battle of Berlin. The surrender of German forces marked a turning point in the operation, signaling the imminent collapse of organized Nazi control and the full consolidation of Berlin by the Red Army. As the final hours of April 1945 unfolded, the Red Army systematically consolidated control over Berlin, transforming the once proud city into a captured and occupied battlefield. Following the surrender of German units across the government district, Soviet forces moved methodically through streets, alleys, and buildings, ensuring that all pockets of resistance were neutralized. Infantry squads cleared remaining strongpoints, Tanks provided firepower to suppress fortified positions, and engineers dismantled barricades and neutralized mines. This meticulous approach reduced the risk of counterattacks, secured strategic locations, and facilitated the movement of troops and supplies, demonstrating the precision and discipline of the Red Army during urban consolidation operations. German defenders, though largely demoralized and fragmented, continued to pose sporadic challenges. Snipers in basements and upper floors occasionally inflicted casualties. Machine gun teams delayed movement along key streets, and isolated counterattacks required careful suppression. Officers attempted to organize surrender processes, communicate intentions to Soviet forces, and protect civilians, but the overall capacity for effective military action had collapsed. The combination of exhaustion, fragmentation, and psychological strain ensured that these final defensive actions were largely symbolic rather than strategically impactful. Nevertheless, they highlighted the resilience, discipline, and courage of soldiers facing overwhelming odds and imminent defeat. Civilians, caught in the crossfire for weeks, emerged from shelters to witness the full scope of destruction. Entire neighborhoods had been reduced to rubble, infrastructure was severely compromised, and essential services were non-existent. Families navigated debris-strewn streets, searching for water, food, and missing relatives. Many had sheltered in basements for extended periods, enduring psychological trauma, hunger, and fear. The human toll of the siege became starkly visible as the city transitioned from active combat to consolidation under Soviet control. Civilians faced not only the physical consequences of urban warfare, but also the psychological challenge of surviving amidst total societal collapse. The Reich Chancellery and Führerbunker, symbolic epicenters of Nazi power, were central to the final consolidation efforts. Soviet engineers and infantry approached these fortified complexes with caution, aware that remaining defenders could inflict casualties through booby traps, mines, or last-ditch resistance. Systematic clearing operations ensured that both surface structures and subterranean bunkers were secure. The capture of these sites held both practical and symbolic significance. They represented the physical end of Nazi command in Berlin and served as evidence of the collapse of the Third Reich. Detailed examination, documentation, and control of these facilities became priorities for Soviet forces seeking to secure the historical and political narrative of victory. The surrender and processing of German prisoners required coordination, security, and management. Disarmed soldiers were gathered, counted, and transported to temporary holding facilities. Officers and regular troops were distinguished for interrogation and processing, while conscripts and Volkssturm members were often directed toward labor or detained in field camps. The logistical challenge of managing large numbers of surrendering troops in a devastated urban environment was immense. Soviet forces implemented structured systems to maintain order, prevent escape attempts, and document captured personnel. These efforts ensured that consolidation was thorough and that resistance could not easily resurface. Medical support during consolidation operations was critical. Both soldiers and civilians faced injuries from artillery, small arms, collapsed buildings, and prolonged exposure. Temporary field hospitals and aid stations were established to provide emergency care, stabilize the wounded, and prepare them for evacuation where feasible. Civilians often assisted in transporting injured individuals, reflecting the necessity of communal survival strategies. Access to medical care, though limited, mitigated some immediate suffering and reduced mortality, highlighting the importance of integrated logistical planning in urban consolidation operations. Engineering and demolition teams played an essential role in securing Berlin after surrender. Barricades, mines, and improvised explosives were systematically removed to prevent accidental detonation and facilitate troop movement. Destroyed buildings and streets required stabilization to allow for controlled clearing and movement. Infrastructure assessment, including bridges, roads, and critical utility lines, informed operational planning for both ongoing military presence and future reconstruction. The physical restoration of controlled movement through urban terrain was as much a part of consolidation as direct combat suppression, ensuring that the city could transition from active battlefield to occupied territory. The psychological impact on German forces and civilians was profound. Soldiers grappled with the reality of defeat, the surrender process, and uncertainty regarding treatment by occupying forces. Civilians faced trauma from weeks of bombardment, violence, deprivation, and loss. The sudden transition from active combat to occupation required rapid adaptation to new authority, new rules, and new challenges. Soviet forces implemented measures to communicate intent, prevent looting, and maintain order, but the psychological and social recovery of Berlin's population would take years. The human dimension of consolidation, therefore, extended far beyond the immediate military and logistical tasks, encompassing complex processes of adjustment, resilience, and adaptation. Soviet command emphasized both strategic and symbolic aspects of consolidation, capturing and documenting key Nazi installations, including the Reich Chancellery, administrative offices, and communication centers, demonstrated the completeness of victory. Strategic control of transportation routes, supply depots, and communication nodes ensured operational continuity and prevented any resurgence of resistance. Symbolically, the consolidation of Berlin provided evidence of the collapse of the Third Reich, both to the Soviet leadership and to the broader international community. Photographs, reports, and propaganda leveraged these successes, reinforcing the narrative of Red Army triumph and the final defeat of Nazi Germany. The clearing of streets and buildings continued systematically, with attention to both remaining threats and civilian safety. Soviet troops moved cautiously through rubble-strewn thoroughfares, ensuring that mines, snipers, and hidden explosives were neutralized. Engineers stabilized damaged structures to prevent collapse during occupation operations. Civilians emerged gradually from shelters, guided by Soviet personnel to safe zones, medical facilities, and temporary relief stations. The interplay between tactical security, humanitarian assistance, and urban restoration was critical in consolidating control while minimizing further casualties and chaos. Every street, block, and building became a site of careful management and operational oversight. By the end of this consolidation phase, the Red Army had effectively secured all critical locations within Berlin, including the Reich Chancellery, surrounding government buildings, and the Führerbunker. German forces had either surrendered, been captured, or ceased organized resistance. Civilians, though traumatized and displaced, were largely under controlled conditions, with access to minimal resources and protection from immediate threats. The physical and psychological environment of Berlin had been transformed from an active combat zone to a secured occupation, setting the stage for the broader transition of the city from war to post-war administration. The consolidation of Berlin marked the definitive end of organized Nazi resistance and the symbolic victory of the Red Army in the European theater of World War II. Chapter 11: Aftermath in Berlin, Civilian Survival and the Humanitarian Crisis. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Berlin, the city lay in ruins. Weeks of relentless artillery bombardment, street fighting, and air raids had left entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Streets were littered with debris, destroyed vehicles, and the remnants of buildings, creating a chaotic urban landscape that challenged both movement and survival. Infrastructure, water, electricity, transportation, and medical services had collapsed entirely in many areas. The physical devastation reflected the intensity of the combat and set the stage for a humanitarian crisis unprecedented in the city's modern history. Civilians who had survived the siege faced unimaginable challenges, finding food, water, shelter, and medical care while navigating a city transformed into a hazardous battlefield. The civilians' survival strategies were varied and complex. Many had spent weeks in basements, bomb shelters, and subway tunnels, rationing meager supplies and improvising methods to endure extreme conditions. Families scavenged for food and water amidst the ruins, sometimes relying on small gardens, animal foraging, or remnants of abandoned stores. Basic hygiene was nearly impossible to maintain, contributing to the rapid spread of disease. Medical assistance was scarce, as hospitals had been destroyed or were overwhelmed, and field aid was limited to what Soviet forces could provide. The interplay between resource scarcity, environmental hazards, and psychological stress created conditions of extreme vulnerability, testing the limits of human resilience. Soviet forces, having secured Berlin, assumed responsibility for the city's administration and immediate humanitarian needs. Infantry and engineering units worked to clear rubble, dismantle mines, and restore basic access to streets and neighborhoods. Temporary medical stations were established to treat both civilians and prisoners of war. Supply distribution was organized to provide water, food, and essential items to the most affected areas, although scarcity and logistical constraints limited effectiveness. The combination of military oversight, engineering, and basic humanitarian assistance provided a framework for initial stabilization. But the scale of destruction meant that recovery would be gradual and arduous. The psychological impact on civilians was profound. Months of war, bombardment, and deprivation had left deep trauma. Many had witnessed the deaths of family members, neighbors, and friends, often in horrifying circumstances. The destruction of familiar surroundings, the collapse of social order, and the uncertainty of future survival compounded the mental strain. Children, particularly vulnerable, exhibited signs of extreme stress and disorientation. Adults, tasked with providing care and maintaining a semblance of normalcy, faced immense pressure. Psychological resilience varied, with some individuals adapting and improvising, while others succumbed to despair. The human dimension of post-battle Berlin was as critical as the physical reconstruction of the city. Soviet consolidation involved both strategic and symbolic actions. Key buildings, administrative offices, and remnants of the Reich Chancellery were secured and documented. The capture of Hitler's personal quarters, offices, and the Führerbunker became emblematic of Nazi Germany's collapse. Soviet forces conducted systematic searches, confiscated remaining armaments, and detained officers, soldiers, and collaborators. This process reinforced both operational control and the narrative of victory. By demonstrating authority over key symbols of power, the Red Army established the legitimacy of its presence while also initiating the broader political and administrative transition of Berlin from a city of war to an occupied urban center. Prisoners of war represented a significant aspect of post-battle management. German soldiers, ranging from regular Wehrmacht units to Volkssturm conscripts, were gathered, disarmed, and transported to temporary holding facilities. Officers and high-ranking personnel were separated for interrogation, while regular troops were directed to labor or processing centers. Managing the large number of prisoners required careful organization, logistical support, and security measures to prevent escape or unrest. The Red Army's ability to integrate prisoner management into broader consolidation operations reflected a sophisticated approach to urban occupation and highlighted the intersection of military, administrative, and humanitarian priorities. Medical crises were compounded by widespread injury, disease, and malnutrition. Hospitals had been largely destroyed or overwhelmed, and temporary field aid stations were quickly established to meet urgent needs. Soviet medical teams, supported by available personnel and resources, focused on stabilizing patients, performing emergency surgery, and preventing disease outbreaks. Civilians often assisted in transporting wounded individuals, improvising solutions for care in the absence of formal facilities. Waterborne diseases, infections from untreated injuries, and malnutrition created ongoing challenges, necessitating both immediate intervention and longer-term planning. The humanitarian crisis underscored the devastating human cost of urban warfare and the essential role of post-conflict medical care. The reconstruction of basic infrastructure was critical to restoring order and survival in Berlin. Engineering teams cleared streets, repaired essential bridges, and removed unexploded ordnance. Access to potable water and rudimentary sanitation was prioritized to prevent disease and facilitate recovery. Transportation routes were restored incrementally to allow movement of supplies, personnel, and civilians. Electricity and communication networks, though severely disrupted, were gradually reinstated in key areas. The physical restoration of the city was closely linked to the stabilization of social and administrative order, illustrating the inseparable nature of humanitarian, logistical, and military efforts in the immediate post-battle environment. Social dynamics were transformed by the collapse of the Nazi regime and the presence of occupying forces. Civilians, previously subject to propaganda, conscription, and ideological control, now confronted the reality of foreign occupation. Interactions with Soviet troops varied, encompassing protection, supervision, and occasional conflict. Communities sought to reorganize, locate family members, and navigate the new political and administrative structures imposed by the Red Army. The breakdown of previous hierarchies created both challenges and opportunities, as civilians adapted to new realities and attempted to reclaim agency over survival, resources, and reconstruction. Food scarcity remained an urgent concern. The destruction of supply chains, depletion of stocks, and ongoing logistical challenges meant that rationing, scavenging, and improvisation were daily necessities. Civilians relied on what could be found locally, including foraging, salvaging from ruins, and cultivating small urban gardens where possible. Soviet authorities distributed available resources strategically, prioritizing densely populated areas and vulnerable groups. Hunger and malnutrition contributed to ongoing health challenges, weakening individuals and complicating efforts to restore social order. The struggle for sustenance defined daily life in post-battle Berlin and highlighted the fragility of human survival in a devastated urban environment. By the end of this first stage of post-battle consolidation, Berlin was physically controlled by the Red Army, with essential routes secured, remaining defensive positions neutralized, and prisoners managed. Civilians faced extreme challenges but had begun to emerge from shelters, access limited resources, and receive rudimentary medical attention. The city, though devastated, was transitioning from a theater of total war to an occupied urban environment. The interplay of military control, humanitarian assistance, infrastructure restoration, and civilian adaptation illustrated the multifaceted nature of post-battle recovery, emphasizing the human, strategic, and logistical dimensions of survival in a city at the epicenter of historical collapse. Following the initial stabilization of Berlin by Soviet forces, the city faced an extended phase of recovery and humanitarian crisis. The scale of destruction left by weeks of urban combat was staggering, and civilians confronted the monumental task of surviving in a city that had been rendered largely uninhabitable. Entire neighborhoods were leveled, infrastructure destroyed, and essential services, including water, electricity, transportation, and medical care, completely disrupted. Navigating this environment required extraordinary resilience, resourcefulness, and adaptation. Civilians scavenged for food and water, improvised shelter from the ruins, and relied on both each other and limited assistance from Soviet authorities to endure the immediate aftermath of the battle. The process of urban clearance and reconstruction was slow and hazardous. Streets obstructed by rubble, destroyed vehicles, and barricades impeded movement, while unexploded ordnance and mines posed a constant risk. Soviet engineers worked systematically to clear streets and stabilize damaged buildings, facilitating access for both troops and civilians. Their efforts were complemented by infantry units maintaining security, ensuring that remaining German forces or potential insurgents could not disrupt recovery operations. The technical and logistical challenges of clearing a city of this scale were immense, demanding coordinated planning, labor-intensive effort, and continuous vigilance to prevent further casualties or incidents. The humanitarian needs of Berlin's population were immense. Food scarcity, water shortages, and lack of medical care created life-threatening conditions for civilians. Families rationed meager supplies and sought to salvage whatever resources could be found in destroyed homes, abandoned stores, and community stockpiles. Children and the elderly were particularly vulnerable, often dependent on improvised care and protective measures. Temporary medical facilities were established by Soviet forces, staffed with military medical personnel who stabilized the wounded, treated injuries, and attempted to prevent the outbreak of disease. Despite these efforts, the scale of need exceeded available resources, and suffering remained widespread, highlighting the human cost of the battle beyond the immediate violence of combat. The psychological impact on Berlin's population was profound and long-lasting. Survivors contended with the trauma of witnessing death, destruction, and the collapse of familiar social structures. Many had endured weeks of sheltering underground, sustained by fear, minimal supplies, and sheer willpower. The sudden transition from combat environment to occupation created new challenges. Civilians needed to navigate the authority of occupying forces, understand shifting power dynamics, and contend with uncertainty regarding safety, resources, and the fate of family members. Mental resilience varied, with some individuals demonstrating remarkable adaptability, while others suffered from despair, disorientation, and post-traumatic stress. Soviet authorities undertook measures to restore basic order and enforce control over the city. The establishment of checkpoints, patrols, and security zones ensured the safety of both civilians and soldiers, prevented looting, and maintained a semblance of social order. Confiscation of remaining arms, systematic processing of prisoners of war, and documentation of buildings, offices, and strategic points were part of a broader effort to consolidate control. These measures, while primarily military in nature, had significant humanitarian implications. They reduced immediate risks to civilians, facilitated resource distribution, and enabled the planning of reconstruction and recovery operations. The social fabric of post-battle Berlin was profoundly altered. Communities that had been disrupted by evacuation, conscription, and bombardment began to reconstitute themselves, often improvising new social networks and support systems. Neighbors assisted one another in locating family members, scavenging for food, and rebuilding shelter. Schools, although largely destroyed, saw early attempts at reopening to provide children with structure and normalcy. Religious institutions, were intact, served as centers of community support, offering both material aid and psychological solace. The collapse of Nazi authority allowed civilians to exercise agency in survival and recovery, although under the constant supervision of occupying forces, which imposed both constraints and protections. Medical challenges persisted, exacerbated by the scale of injury, malnutrition, and disease. Wounds sustained during combat often became infected due to inadequate care, while malnourishment weakened immune systems and increased vulnerability to illness. Diseases, particularly waterborne infections, spread rapidly in areas where sanitation systems were destroyed. Soviet medical teams, assisted by surviving German personnel and civilians, worked to provide triage, emergency care, and stabilization. Community involvement was crucial, with neighbors and families assisting in the transport of the sick and wounded, preparation of improvised remedies, and support for ongoing treatment. These efforts, while limited by resource scarcity, reflected both communal solidarity and the imperative of survival. Food distribution and resource management were critical elements of early post-battle governance. The destruction of supply chains, rationing systems, and storage facilities required improvisation and careful oversight. Soviet authorities prioritized densely populated areas and vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, and the injured. Civilians engaged in scavenging and foraging to supplement limited distributions, often navigating dangerous terrain to acquire essentials. Urban gardens, where feasible, were cultivated to provide minimal sustenance, reflecting both ingenuity and necessity. The struggle for nourishment underscored the vulnerability of civilians and the importance of coordinated intervention in the early stages of recovery. The role of civilians in supporting recovery operations was substantial. Individuals and families assisted in clearing rubble, transporting water and food, reinforcing shelters, and caring for the sick and injured. Volunteers aided Soviet units and medical teams in distributing supplies and providing guidance in navigating destroyed infrastructure. This communal engagement not only facilitated practical survival, but also fostered social cohesion amidst chaos, enabling collective resilience. Civilians were active participants in rebuilding their environment, demonstrating human adaptability, ingenuity, and solidarity in the face of overwhelming adversity. The cultural and psychological reconstruction of Berlin was intertwined with survival. Despite pervasive destruction, individuals sought to restore routines, rituals, and elements of daily life that provided psychological stability. Children engaged in improvised play, families attempted modest domestic tasks, and communities re-established social contact wherever feasible. Religious and cultural practices offered solace and continuity, reinforcing morale and providing a sense of normalcy. These activities, although minor compared to the scale of devastation, were essential for maintaining mental health and community cohesion, highlighting the interplay between psychological resilience and practical survival. By the end of this phase of post-battle consolidation, Berlin was physically under Soviet control, with secured streets, cleared defensive positions, and functioning temporary administrative structures. Civilians had begun to emerge from shelters, access limited resources, and engage in reconstruction efforts. Despite immense hardship, the city's population displayed resilience, adaptability, and resourcefulness in confronting the challenges of survival. The combined efforts of Soviet authorities, engineering teams, medical personnel, and civilians provided a foundation for continued stabilization, illustrating the multifaceted nature of urban recovery after catastrophic warfare. Chapter 12: Capture of Nazi Leaders and Symbolic Consequences of Berlin. In the immediate aftermath of Berlin's fall, the Red Army focused on securing the remnants of Nazi leadership and consolidating the symbolic and practical control of the city. The capture of key figures, the examination of the Führerbunker, and the documentation of Nazi administrative centers were pivotal in demonstrating the absolute collapse of the Third Reich. The process of locating, detaining, or confirming the deaths of high-ranking officials served both operational and psychological objectives. It reassured Soviet forces of the completeness of their victory, while simultaneously sending a powerful message to the broader German population and the international community that Nazi power had been eradicated. The Führerbunker, once the nerve center of Nazi command, became a focal point for these operations. Soviet engineers, infantry, and intelligence personnel systematically cleared the complex, ensuring no remaining defenders could mount resistance. The concrete labyrinth beneath the Reich Chancellery revealed the meticulous planning of Hitler's protective measures, fortified rooms, secure communication hubs, and emergency exits designed for concealment or evacuation. However, the structural defenses could not withstand the broader collapse of the city, and the discovery of the bunker's interiors provided both strategic intelligence and symbolic proof of Nazi leadership's final isolation. Documents, personal effects, and military records found within offered insight into the decision-making, ideology, and final directives of Hitler and his closest aides. Confirmation of Adolf Hitler's death was a crucial objective. In the aftermath of intense combat, reports of Hitler's suicide on April 30, 1945, were cross-verified through witness testimonies, including those of aides and officers present in the Führerbunker during the final hours. The suicide marked the definitive end of the Nazi command structure, leaving remaining leaders with little capacity for coordinated military or administrative action. The psychological impact of this confirmation extended beyond military necessity. It symbolized the collapse of Hitler's ideological authority, removed the central figure of Nazi propaganda, and reinforced the perception of total defeat among both civilians and remaining German forces. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's close ally and minister of propaganda, also met his end in the Führerbunker. His actions, including the killing of his own family before taking his life, underscored the extremity of ideological commitment and the depths of despair in the final days of Nazi leadership. The removal of Goebbels and other key figures eliminated any possibility of continued propagandistic resistance or symbolic rallying points. Soviet forces documented the bunker and surrounding areas, both for historical record and to secure intelligence on the remaining administrative hierarchy. These efforts emphasized the importance of leadership decapitation in consolidating post-battle control and mitigating the risk of insurgency. Other high-ranking officials were detained or located in the city and surrounding areas. Martin Bormann, as Hitler's private secretary and a key figure in Nazi administration, became a priority for capture and identification. Officers responsible for the defense of Berlin were interrogated, and surviving personnel from the Wehrmacht, SS, and Volkssturm were processed for information, security, and labor deployment. The systematic documentation of these figures reinforced Soviet operational control and ensured that any potential organized resistance or escape attempts could be monitored and neutralized. Capturing the administrative leadership of the Nazi regime thus served both tactical and symbolic purposes, cementing the comprehensive nature of the victory. The physical and symbolic consolidation of Berlin was deeply intertwined with propaganda and narrative building. The Red Army leveraged the capture of the city's central administrative and ideological centers to underscore the totality of Nazi defeat. Photographs, reports, and official statements highlighted the fall of the Reich Chancellery, the Führerbunker, and the capture or death of prominent officials. Soviet leadership emphasized these achievements as evidence of the completeness of the military campaign and as a psychological instrument to reinforce the authority of the occupying forces. The symbolic significance of Berlin's fall was immense, representing the end of European conflict in a city that had been the epicenter of Nazi power, ideology, and governance. Operational security and intelligence gathering continued even after the formal cessation of combat. Documents recovered from offices, communication centers, and personal effects were analyzed to understand both military and administrative decision-making. Maps, orders, and correspondence revealed the extent of operational planning, logistical coordination, and ideological influence exerted by Nazi leadership. These materials were critical for understanding the collapse of German defenses, the miscalculations that accelerated defeat, and the broader strategy of the Third Reich. Beyond historical insight, intelligence gained from these documents informed the treatment and processing of remaining personnel and shaped the broader post-war reconstruction planning. The surrender and processing of remaining German forces were conducted with precision and discipline. Soldiers, from regular Wehrmacht units to improvised Volkssturm conscripts, were gathered, disarmed, and categorized according to rank, role, and potential intelligence value. Officers were separated for interrogation, while regular troops and conscripts were often assigned to labor or detainment facilities. Prisoner processing included identification, documentation, and the confiscation of weapons or military equipment. This methodical approach minimized the potential for disorder, ensured control over the urban environment, and facilitated the transition of Berlin from active combat to occupied administration. The interplay of operational, security, and administrative priorities defined the immediate post-battle strategy of the Red Army. Civilian interactions with occupying forces were complex and multifaceted. Soviet troops enforced order while attempting to manage the survival needs of the population, including food, water, medical care, and shelter. Civilians often acted as intermediaries, helping to identify remaining hidden combatants, guiding soldiers through the destroyed urban environment, or assisting in humanitarian relief efforts. Trust, communication, and negotiation were critical as civilians navigated the realities of occupation while attempting to protect families and reclaim some sense of normalcy. The human dimension of consolidation highlighted the intersection of military authority and civilian agency, revealing the delicate balance required to stabilize a war-torn urban population. The symbolism of Berlin's fall extended beyond military and political concerns. The city's capture represented the collapse of Nazi ideology, the eradication of the physical center of the Third Reich, and the broader victory of Allied forces in Europe. The occupation of Berlin was leveraged for both domestic and international propaganda, emphasizing the inevitability of defeat for totalitarian regimes and the success of coordinated military and political strategy. Monuments, buildings, and iconic structures within the city were documented and preserved in part as evidence of conquest, both reinforcing the historical narrative and serving as cautionary symbols for future generations. Urban security measures were critical in the immediate post-battle period. Soviet forces established patrols, checkpoints, and administrative oversight to prevent looting, ensure compliance with occupation directives, and maintain order during the fragile recovery phase. Surveillance, intelligence gathering, and documentation of civilian activity were prioritized, particularly in areas associated with Nazi administration. The maintenance of law and order was essential not only for immediate safety, but also for the restoration of social and logistical functions, including food distribution, medical assistance, and infrastructure repair. These efforts reflected a sophisticated approach to post-conflict governance in a devastated urban environment. Cultural, historical, and symbolic preservation became intertwined with military and political objectives. Key sites, including Hitler's personal quarters, administrative offices, and communication hubs, were cataloged and documented. Artifacts, documents, and architectural features were preserved for historical analysis, intelligence purposes, and propaganda. The combination of practical control and historical documentation ensured that the fall of Berlin was not only a military victory, but also a comprehensive assertion of authority over the narrative of Nazi Germany's collapse. These efforts reinforced both operational effectiveness and the symbolic weight of the Red Army's success in the European theater. By the end of this initial post-battle phase, the Red Army had effectively secured Berlin, captured or confirmed the deaths of key Nazi leaders, processed remaining military personnel, and begun humanitarian assistance and reconstruction operations. Civilians, although traumatized and deprived, began to navigate the realities of occupation, seeking survival, stability, and the restoration of daily routines. The symbolic and practical consolidation of Berlin demonstrated the interplay of military precision, intelligence operations, humanitarian intervention, and psychological strategy, setting the stage for broader reconstruction, political transition, and historical reckoning in the post-war era. The capture and elimination of remaining Nazi leadership in Berlin was a decisive element in consolidating Soviet control and signaling the end of organized resistance. While Hitler, Goebbels, and Bormann had either died or disappeared, other prominent figures were located, interrogated, or detained. Military commanders, administrative officials, and members of the Sicherheitsdienst (SD) and Gestapo were systematically rounded up. Soviet forces prioritized high-value targets for intelligence extraction, determining the extent of operational networks, unexecuted plans, and clandestine communications. This strategy ensured the neutralization of potential pockets of organized resistance, while simultaneously providing the Red Army and Soviet intelligence with critical information about the final operations and internal dynamics of the Third Reich. The systematic processing of these individuals served multiple purposes. Firstly, it prevented the formation of residual insurgent groups that might disrupt post-battle stabilization. Secondly, it provided crucial intelligence for understanding the collapse of German military command and the distribution of responsibility for war crimes. Thirdly, it reinforced the narrative of Soviet supremacy and the totality of Nazi defeat, both domestically and internationally. Officers and administrators were subjected to careful interrogation, documentation, and classification according to rank, responsibilities, and potential post-war utility, reflecting a methodical approach to consolidating political and military authority over a vanquished capital. Soviet forces employed intelligence teams to comb through remaining administrative centers, military offices, and communication hubs. Records, maps, and operational directives were meticulously examined to reconstruct the decision-making process in Berlin during the final days of the Third Reich. This effort not only enhanced military and strategic understanding, but also ensured that surviving personnel could be held accountable for their roles. The examination of documentation highlighted the centralized nature of Hitler's command, the reliance on ideological conformity, and the organizational weaknesses that accelerated the collapse of Berlin's defenses. The intelligence gathered became foundational for post-war trials and historical accounts of the Third Reich's demise, The symbolic weight of controlling Berlin extended beyond military and political utility. The Reich Chancellery, government buildings, and the Führerbunker represented the ideological and administrative heart of Nazi Germany. Securing these locations allowed the Red Army to physically and psychologically dominate the narrative of victory. Photographs, reports, and publicized accounts emphasized the fall of these structures, reinforcing both the morale of Soviet forces and the perception of irreversible defeat among the German population. Symbolism played a critical role in the immediate post-battle period, framing Berlin not only as a site of conquest, but also as a locus of historical reckoning and ideological closure. Urban security remained a pressing concern during the consolidation process. The potential for isolated resistance, sabotage, or civil disorder required careful management. Soviet forces maintained patrols, checkpoints, and controlled access to key areas, ensuring that civilians could navigate essential services while minimizing risk. Confiscation of weapons, monitoring of population movement, and oversight of administrative functions reinforced order and demonstrated the authority of the occupying forces. The dual focus on security and humanitarian stability was essential to maintaining control over a city in which chaos, trauma, and destruction remained pervasive. The humanitarian dimension of post-battle Berlin continued to evolve. Civilians required food, water, shelter, and medical assistance in the face of widespread deprivation. The destruction of supply networks and infrastructure created logistical challenges, necessitating the establishment of distribution points, temporary hospitals, and relief stations. Soviet authorities prioritized vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, and the sick, while also integrating civilians into recovery operations wherever feasible. Efforts to stabilize essential services reflected both pragmatic necessity and an understanding of the human cost of prolonged urban warfare, highlighting the interconnectedness of military, administrative, and humanitarian objectives. Prisoner management was an ongoing priority. German soldiers, administrative officials, and members of paramilitary organizations were gathered, categorized, and processed in controlled facilities. Interrogation, documentation, and temporary detainment ensured both security and intelligence collection. Officers and personnel implicated in strategic decision-making or ideological enforcement were subject to detailed scrutiny, often with long-term implications for post-war accountability. Lower-ranking soldiers and conscripts were integrated into labor programs or temporary camps, reflecting the organizational and practical approach to managing large numbers of detainees in a devastated urban environment. The psychological landscape of Berlin was deeply affected by the collapse of leadership and the presence of occupying forces. Civilians navigated fear, trauma, and uncertainty while attempting to rebuild daily life. Survivors confronted the loss of family members, destruction of homes, and the collapse of social and political structures. Soviet authorities sought to balance enforcement of control with humanitarian needs, providing food, medical care, and security while mitigating disorder. The complex interplay of occupation authority, civilian adaptation, and social recovery defined the immediate post-battle environment, revealing both the challenges and resilience inherent in surviving a city devastated by total war. The fall of Berlin had profound political implications beyond the immediate urban environment. It marked the unequivocal defeat of Nazi Germany, signaling to the world that organized resistance in Europe had ended. Soviet control of the capital allowed for the assertion of influence over Germany's post-war administration, shaping the future political, social, and economic trajectory of the region. The capture of administrative infrastructure, leaders, and documentation provided a foundation for the planning of reconstruction, the administration of justice, and the establishment of political authority in the nascent post-war order. Berlin became both a practical and symbolic epicenter of the transition from wartime devastation to post-war governance. Efforts to restore basic urban functionality were essential for stabilizing the population and establishing control. Streets were cleared of rubble, bridges and roads repaired, and transportation routes gradually reopened. Water, sanitation, and electricity were restored incrementally to critical areas, enabling survival and limited economic activity. Temporary administrative centers facilitated communication, resource distribution, and public order, providing a framework for civic reorganization. These practical measures were integral to the broader strategy of consolidating control, mitigating humanitarian crises, and ensuring that Berlin could transition from a battlefield to an operationally and socially coherent city. The legacy of Nazi leadership's capture extended into both historical and cultural realms. Documentation of offices, personal effects, and operational records became primary sources for post-war analysis, education, and prosecution. The fall of the Führerbunker and associated leadership structures provided a tangible endpoint to the Third Reich, reinforcing narratives of total collapse and accountability. The symbolic resonance of these events shaped both German and international perceptions of the war's conclusion, underscoring the interconnectedness of military success, political authority, and historical narrative. By the conclusion of this phase, Berlin was firmly under Soviet control. Remaining Nazi leaders were either confirmed dead or in custody. Military and administrative structures were dismantled or repurposed, and essential services and humanitarian interventions were underway. Civilians, despite profound trauma, were gradually adapting to the realities of occupation, resource scarcity, and ongoing reconstruction. The fall of Berlin represented the culmination of military operations in the European theater, the total collapse of the Third Reich's leadership, and the establishment of a framework for political and social stabilization in post-war Germany. The combination of military precision, humanitarian action, intelligence operations, and symbolic consolidation defined the Red Army's success and cemented Berlin's place in history as the definitive site of Nazi defeat. Chapter 13: Post-War Reconstruction and Civilian Adaptation. In the weeks and months following the fall of Berlin, the city faced an unprecedented challenge of reconstruction and civilian adaptation. The physical devastation wrought by weeks of urban warfare left entire districts reduced to rubble, streets obstructed by debris, and vital infrastructure, water, electricity, transportation, and sanitation, largely non-functional. The collapse of administrative, social, and economic systems compounded the challenges of survival, leaving civilians to navigate a landscape of destruction, uncertainty, and scarcity. Yet amidst these harsh conditions, human resilience and ingenuity became the foundation for survival, adaptation, and the gradual rebuilding of daily life. Soviet authorities oversaw the initial stages of reconstruction, establishing security and administrative oversight, while prioritizing the restoration of basic services. Patrols and checkpoints maintained order, preventing looting and ensuring compliance with occupation regulations. Engineering teams cleared rubble from critical streets, stabilized damaged buildings, and repaired essential bridges and transportation networks. This physical reconstruction facilitated the movement of people, supplies, and emergency services, laying the groundwork for broader urban recovery. The systematic approach demonstrated both military discipline and practical governance, addressing immediate survival needs while preparing the city for longer-term rehabilitation. Food security was a critical aspect of post-war adaptation. The collapse of supply chains, the destruction of storage facilities, and the scarcity of agricultural products required civilians to improvise survival strategies. Residents scavenged for edible plants, cultivated urban gardens where possible, and salvaged food from destroyed shops and warehouses. Soviet authorities organized ration distribution, focusing on the most vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, and the wounded. The scarcity of resources necessitated careful planning, rationing, and coordination, highlighting the interconnectedness of governance, logistics, and civilian initiative in ensuring basic sustenance. Medical recovery and health management were equally pressing. Hospitals had been destroyed or overwhelmed, and disease spread rapidly in areas with compromised sanitation and water supply. Soviet medical personnel established field clinics and emergency hospitals, while civilians assisted in transporting the injured and preparing rudimentary remedies. Malnutrition, untreated injuries, and psychological trauma created ongoing challenges, necessitating both immediate interventions and longer-term health planning. The human toll of the battle extended beyond combat casualties, encompassing the physical and mental health consequences for a civilian population navigating devastation and occupation. Psychological adaptation was central to civilian survival. Families contended with grief, trauma, and the loss of homes and loved ones while attempting to reconstruct a sense of normalcy. Children, particularly vulnerable to stress and displacement, required both care and structure. Adults improvised social networks, community support mechanisms, and routines to stabilize daily life. Religious institutions, cultural organizations, and communal gatherings provided a sense of continuity, reinforcing morale and facilitating the psychological recovery of populations exposed to extreme stress. The interplay between practical survival and mental resilience was a defining characteristic of post-war adaptation in Berlin. Housing and shelter posed one of the most immediate challenges. Entire neighborhoods had been destroyed, leaving many civilians without secure accommodation. Families sought refuge in partially intact buildings, cellars, or temporary structures constructed from salvaged materials. The restoration of basic housing was prioritized to protect individuals from the elements, provide security, and stabilize family units. Civilians often collaborated in communal reconstruction efforts, sharing resources and labor to rebuild shelters. This collective effort not only addressed physical needs, but also reinforced social cohesion, demonstrating the importance of cooperative strategies in post-war urban survival. Economic adaptation was equally complex. Traditional employment opportunities had collapsed, markets were disrupted, and currency systems destabilized. Civilians engaged in informal trade, bartering, and small-scale production to meet essential needs. Urban gardens, workshops, and cooperative labor groups emerged as practical solutions to economic disruption. Soviet authorities, while maintaining control over larger administrative functions, allowed limited civilian enterprise to facilitate subsistence and recovery. These adaptive strategies underscored the resilience and ingenuity of Berlin's population in confronting the economic consequences of total war. Infrastructure repair extended beyond immediate survival needs to address longer-term urban functionality. Water systems, sanitation networks, and electricity grids were gradually restored in key areas, enabling improved living conditions and the resumption of basic services. Transportation routes, including roads, rail lines, and bridges, were repaired to facilitate the movement of goods, personnel, and civilians. Public spaces were cleared and stabilized to allow communal activity, trade, and social interaction. The incremental restoration of infrastructure reflected a coordinated effort to balance immediate humanitarian needs with the strategic priorities of occupying forces and long-term urban recovery. Education and cultural adaptation became focal points in post-battle Berlin. Schools, where buildings remained intact, reopened to provide children with structure, learning, and a sense of normalcy. Libraries, cultural centers, and religious institutions, when functional, facilitated both educational and psychological recovery. These efforts were essential in reestablishing social continuity, preserving cultural identity, and supporting the cognitive and emotional development of children who had endured prolonged trauma. Education, alongside practical reconstruction, contributed to the broader societal stabilization of the city. The integration of civilians into recovery operations was vital. Residents assisted in rubble clearance, repair of communal spaces, and distribution of essential resources. Volunteer efforts facilitated the rapid establishment of temporary infrastructure, medical aid, and social support networks. Civic engagement reinforced resilience, provided practical labor, and fostered communal solidarity. By participating in reconstruction, civilians regained agency in the recovery process, countering the disempowerment and disorientation caused by weeks of warfare and occupation. Collective action became both a practical necessity and a psychological balm, enabling communities to confront the challenges of post-battle survival collaboratively. The symbolic reconstruction of Berlin paralleled practical rebuilding. The documentation of key Nazi sites, including the Reich Chancellery, the Führerbunker, and other government buildings, served historical, political, and educational purposes. These sites became evidence of the fall of the Third Reich, facilitating post-war analysis, historical preservation, and the shaping of collective memory. The physical and symbolic reconstruction reinforced both the authority of occupying forces and the narrative of total victory, linking practical governance with historical consciousness in the transformation of the city to be why the conclusion of this first phase of post-war adaptation. Berlin's population had begun to stabilize amidst immense physical, social, and psychological challenges. The city was under Soviet control, essential infrastructure was gradually restored, and civilians were actively engaged in survival, reconstruction, and communal organization. While resources remained scarce and challenges pervasive, the combination of external oversight, communal resilience, and individual adaptation provided a foundation for continued recovery. The experiences of post-battle Berlin reflected the intersection of military authority, humanitarian intervention, and human ingenuity, setting the stage for the broader reconstruction of a city devastated by total war. The immediate survival needs in Berlin were gradually addressed. The focus shifted toward long-term urban recovery and the reintegration of the civilian population into a functioning social and economic system. The city, devastated by months of artillery bombardment, street fighting, and aerial bombing, required meticulous planning to restore basic urban functionality, re-establish governance, and provide stability for a traumatized population. Soviet authorities, coordinating with surviving German administrative personnel where possible, prioritized the reconstruction of essential infrastructure, social services, and public order, laying the groundwork for the long-term recovery of Berlin as a functional urban center. Housing reconstruction was a critical concern. Many buildings had been destroyed or rendered uninhabitable, forcing families to occupy makeshift shelters, damaged homes, or partially intact structures. Civilians collaborated to rebuild housing, using salvaged materials, improvising temporary dwellings, and repairing partially standing buildings. Soviet engineers assisted where possible, clearing debris, stabilizing structures, and constructing temporary accommodations to relieve overcrowding. The restoration of secure housing not only addressed practical needs for protection from the elements, but also provided psychological stability, reinforcing the sense of continuity and communal resilience. The restoration of utilities was equally essential. Water, electricity, and sanitation networks had been severely disrupted or destroyed. Engineers worked systematically to repair pipelines, restore electrical grids, and establish basic waste management systems. These services, while initially limited, allowed for the re-establishment of domestic routines, facilitated medical care, and enabled the operation of schools, hospitals, and administrative offices. Reliable access to essential utilities became a cornerstone of urban recovery, reflecting the interplay of technical expertise, logistical planning, and coordinated effort between civilian and military authorities. Food distribution and economic stabilization continued to pose significant challenges. The destruction of supply chains, warehouses, and markets required innovative approaches to ensure that the population could meet its basic nutritional needs. Urban gardens, small-scale farming, and community kitchens supplemented official rationing systems, while bartering and informal trade emerged as critical mechanisms for economic exchange. Civilians engaged actively in the redistribution of available resources, coordinating with Soviet authorities to maintain order and prevent inequitable distribution. The recovery of food security was both a practical necessity and a measure of social cohesion, demonstrating how survival depended on collective organization and strategic oversight. Education and social reintegration were vital components of post-war adaptation. Schools, where buildings remained functional, reopened to provide children with structure, instruction, and social engagement. Teachers, parents, and community leaders collaborated to maintain educational routines, often improvising lessons and resources due to material shortages. Cultural institutions, libraries, and religious centers contributed to the psychological and intellectual restoration of the population, providing safe spaces for reflection, learning, and communal interaction. Education facilitated both practical recovery and long-term societal resilience, ensuring that younger generations could adapt to the realities of post-war Berlin and contribute to its reconstruction. Medical care remained a persistent concern. Field hospitals, temporary clinics, and surviving medical facilities provided treatment for injuries sustained during combat, disease, and malnutrition. Public health initiatives focused on preventing epidemics, restoring sanitation, and addressing psychological trauma. Civilians actively participated in caregiving, assisting with the transport of patients, preparation of remedies, and provision of communal support. The combination of professional medical intervention and community involvement created a framework for addressing both immediate and longer-term health needs, highlighting the interdependence of social structures and survival in a devastated urban environment. The fall of Berlin also catalyzed discussions regarding post-war justice. The documentation of Nazi administrative offices, the capture of leaders, and the discovery of operational records provided the Allies with unprecedented evidence of war crimes, strategic decision-making, and ideological enforcement. These materials were critical in planning the Nuremberg trials, assessing accountability, and establishing legal precedents for prosecuting crimes against humanity. The physical and documentary remnants of the Third Reich in Berlin offered both a symbolic and practical basis for historical reckoning, reinforcing the moral and legal framework of post-war international relations. Civilians in Berlin navigated the complexities of occupation and international oversight with resilience and pragmatism. Families rebuilt homes, scavenged for sustenance, and engaged in community initiatives to restore some semblance of daily life. Interaction with occupying forces varied, encompassing collaboration, negotiation, and, at times, tension. The presence of multiple Allied administrations required civilians to adapt to differing regulations, resource distributions, and security protocols across the sectors. These experiences illustrated the social and psychological dimensions of post-war adaptation, highlighting the agency of civilians even within a highly controlled and militarized environment. Infrastructure reconstruction continued as a central priority for both humanitarian and strategic reasons. Roads, bridges, and transportation networks were repaired to facilitate the movement of supplies, personnel, and civilians. Public utilities, including water, electricity, and sanitation systems, were gradually restored in coordination with occupying authorities. These efforts reflected both immediate practical needs and longer-term urban planning considerations, emphasizing the importance of functional infrastructure in stabilizing population centers, preventing disease outbreaks, and enabling economic recovery. Coordination among the various occupation sectors was essential to prevent redundancy, conflict, and inefficiency in these reconstruction efforts. The division of Berlin introduced complex logistical and administrative challenges. Each sector required separate governance structures, supply chains, and security protocols, while still maintaining overall coordination to ensure citywide functionality. Communication between sector authorities was critical to manage overlapping responsibilities, share intelligence, and coordinate emergency response. Civilian populations needed to navigate these administrative boundaries, adjusting to sector-specific regulations and resource allocations. The fragmented governance structure highlighted both the benefits and difficulties of multi-power occupation in a city devastated by war, serving as a precursor to future political tensions and the eventual division of Germany. Political symbolism remained a central concern for the occupying powers. Control over key buildings, administrative centers, and iconic structures reinforced authority and demonstrated the legitimacy of each Allied presence. Soviet forces emphasized their capture of the Reich Chancellery and the Führerbunker as evidence of decisive victory, while Western allies projected authority in their sectors through administrative and humanitarian engagement. The juxtaposition of military achievement, political authority, and symbolic occupation reflected the intertwined nature of power, perception, and governance in post-war Berlin, where the management of narrative was as critical as the management of resources and security. Intelligence gathering remained a critical component of Allied strategy. Military, political, and security personnel analyzed captured documents, interrogated former Nazi officials, and monitored civilian interactions to assess loyalty, identify remaining threats, and plan for long-term governance. This intelligence was crucial not only for immediate security concerns, but also for shaping policy decisions regarding reconstruction, demilitarization, and political realignment. Berlin became a hub for information processing, reflecting the intersection of military, political, and humanitarian priorities in the aftermath of total urban warfare. By the conclusion of this initial phase of international response, Berlin was formally divided into sectors under the supervision of the Soviet Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, and, later, France. Civilian survival and recovery were beginning to stabilize. Infrastructure repair was underway, and mechanisms for governance and administration had been established. The fall of the city had immediate and long-term implications. It marked the definitive end of Nazi military power, demonstrated the emerging balance of geopolitical influence in Europe, and established Berlin as the focal point for post-war reconstruction, diplomacy, and political negotiation. Chapter 14. International response and the division of Berlin. Following the initial division of Berlin into Allied sectors, the city became a focal point for early post-war political tensions, negotiation, and administrative coordination. The presence of multiple occupying powers created a complex governance environment, where competing strategic interests intersected with humanitarian imperatives and civilian adaptation. Soviet, American, British, and French authorities each sought to assert influence over their respective districts, while coordinating sufficiently to maintain basic city-wide stability. This balancing act reflected broader geopolitical dynamics emerging at the end of World War II, illustrating both the collaborative and competitive aspects of Allied occupation. Coordination between sectors required meticulous planning and regular communication. Joint councils and liaison offices were established to facilitate cooperation on issues such as infrastructure restoration, food distribution, law enforcement, and security patrols. Despite these mechanisms, friction occasionally arose due to differences in administrative philosophy, resource allocation priorities, and security protocols. Soviet authorities prioritized rapid reconstruction under centralized control, while Western sectors emphasized decentralized administration, civilian agency, and engagement with local German authorities. These differing approaches underscored the emerging ideological divide that would shape post-war Europe and foreshadow the eventual Cold War. Humanitarian relief continued to be a central concern in all sectors. Berlin's population had endured extreme deprivation, with widespread destruction of homes, medical facilities, and supply networks. Allied authorities coordinated efforts to provide food, clean water, medical assistance, and temporary shelter. International relief agencies, including the Red Cross and other neutral organizations, supplemented military provisions, ensuring that vulnerable populations, particularly children, the elderly, and the sick, received assistance. The integration of civilian, military, and international resources demonstrated the complexity of post-war urban recovery and highlighted the human dimension of occupation governance. The administration of justice and accountability became increasingly important during this period. The identification and detention of remaining Nazi officials continued, with Allied authorities collaborating to process high-value detainees, examine operational documents, and prepare evidence for forthcoming war crimes trials. Former officers, administrators, and members of the Nazi Party were categorized according to responsibility, rank, and potential for reintegration or prosecution. The meticulous documentation of these individuals, combined with the recovery of physical and administrative evidence from destroyed buildings, provided the basis for legal accountability and contributed to the historical record of the Third Reich's final operations. Infrastructure restoration remained a critical priority across all sectors. Roads, bridges, and transportation networks required repair to facilitate civilian movement, military operations, and resource distribution. Public utilities, including water, electricity, and waste management systems, were gradually restored to ensure livable conditions and prevent outbreaks of disease. Coordinated planning between sectors was necessary to prevent duplication of effort, ensure equitable distribution of resources, and maintain operational efficiency. The process of rebuilding infrastructure illustrated the interplay between technical expertise, logistical organization, and political oversight in post-war urban management. Education and social integration were key components of post-war policy. Schools reopened under the supervision of sector authorities, providing children with stability, instruction, and social engagement. Cultural and religious institutions also played critical roles in the psychological recovery of the population, offering spaces for communal activity, reflection, and moral support. Educational programs emphasized both practical skills necessary for urban reconstruction and the transmission of democratic values, human rights principles, and historical lessons from the Nazi period. These initiatives reflected an understanding that rebuilding society required addressing both material and cognitive dimensions of recovery. Economic adaptation was a persistent challenge. Traditional markets, businesses, and financial institutions had been disrupted or destroyed, requiring civilians to innovate to meet daily needs. Informal trade, barter systems, and small-scale production became essential mechanisms for survival. Sector authorities coordinated rationing systems and the allocation of essential goods, while also allowing limited civilian economic activity to stimulate recovery. Labor forces were mobilized for reconstruction projects, debris removal, and the restoration of utilities. These combined efforts provided both practical support and psychological stability, reinforcing the importance of economic engagement in post-war adaptation. Security remained a complex concern, with multiple forces operating in close proximity. Each sector maintained patrols, checkpoints, and enforcement of local regulations, while also monitoring civilian activity to prevent unrest, looting, or sabotage. Coordination between sectors was essential to manage overlapping responsibilities, share intelligence, and prevent conflicts among occupying forces. Civilian populations had to navigate differing rules, curfews, and administrative expectations depending on the sector they occupied, highlighting the challenges of multi-power occupation in a city undergoing profound physical and social reconstruction. Cultural preservation and historical documentation continued to shape Berlin's post-war identity. Key sites associated with the Nazi regime, including the Reich Chancellery and the Führerbunker, were catalogued, studied, and preserved in part to provide historical evidence of Nazi operations and ideological structures. Museums, archives, and educational programs began to emerge, ensuring that future generations would understand the events that had transpired in Berlin. The process of preserving history served both practical and symbolic purposes. It reinforced Allied authority, promoted civic education, and contributed to the development of a collective memory centered on accountability, survival, and resilience. Political negotiation between sectors evolved as the practical realities of governance became apparent. Disagreements over resource allocation, administrative authority, and civilian governance were frequent, requiring formal and informal meetings to resolve disputes. The need for cooperation was heightened by the logistical and humanitarian challenges of operating in a devastated city. These negotiations laid the groundwork for longer-term political arrangements, influencing the eventual establishment of East and West Berlin and reflecting the broader ideological and strategic divisions emerging between the Soviet Union and Western allies. Public health initiatives were critical to preventing crises in a population weakened by malnutrition, trauma, and the destruction of sanitation systems. Vaccination campaigns, disease prevention measures, and medical clinics were coordinated across sectors, emphasizing both civilian welfare and long-term urban stability. Civilian volunteers played a significant role in supporting these initiatives, assisting with distribution, transportation, and local outreach. The combination of professional medical oversight and community participation highlighted the importance of integrated approaches to public health in post-conflict urban environments. By the conclusion of this phase, Berlin had stabilized under a multi-sector occupation framework, with civilians gradually adapting to the realities of governance, resource distribution, and social reconstruction. The city's fall had immediate consequences for European geopolitics, signaling the end of Nazi military power and the emergence of the Soviet Union as a dominant force in Eastern Europe. It also set the stage for prolonged negotiation and competition between allies, laying the foundation for the political, social, and economic divisions that would define Berlin in the post-war period. The interplay of military achievement, humanitarian action, political negotiation, and civilian adaptation reflected the multidimensional nature of urban recovery in a city transformed by total war. The fall of Berlin in 1945 marked not only the end of a brutal conflict in Europe, but also the beginning of a complex and enduring legacy that would shape the historical, political, and cultural narrative of the 20th century. Berlin, once the heart of the Third Reich, became a symbol of total defeat, human suffering, and the resilience of a population forced to navigate the aftermath of total war. The city's transformation, from a battlefield of intense urban warfare to a site of occupation, reconstruction, and historical memory, underscored the interconnectedness of military, social, and cultural processes in shaping the long-term significance of urban centers in the modern era in the immediate aftermath of the city's capture. Berlin's urban landscape reflected the devastating toll of warfare. Entire districts had been obliterated by artillery, bombing, and street fighting. Key administrative centers, cultural landmarks, and residential neighborhoods lay in ruins. The destruction was both physical and symbolic. It represented the collapse of Nazi governance, the fragility of political power, and the human cost of ideological extremism. The visible ruins of Berlin served as a stark reminder to both civilians and occupying forces of the consequences of total war, illustrating how military action could reshape not only the physical environment, but also the social and psychological fabric of a city. Civilian adaptation and resilience played a critical role in the city's early recovery. Families navigated the destruction, scavenging for food, salvaging materials, and improvising shelters. Children, traumatized by months of conflict, required care, education, and protection, while adults took on roles in reconstruction, security, and resource distribution. The interplay between civilian initiative and military oversight was essential in stabilizing the urban population, preventing disorder, and fostering a sense of agency amidst pervasive hardship. These experiences highlighted the human capacity for adaptation and collaboration in the face of extreme adversity. The fall of Berlin also had profound implications for post-war politics and governance. The division of the city into sectors controlled by the Soviet Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, and later France created a unique administrative environment where competing political ideologies coexisted in a highly constrained urban space. This multi-sector occupation required careful coordination, negotiation, and enforcement of rules to maintain stability and prevent conflict. It also reflected the broader geopolitical tensions emerging between East and West, foreshadowing the ideological divisions that would dominate Europe during the Cold War. Berlin became a microcosm of global political dynamics, illustrating how urban centers could serve as both strategic objectives and symbols of international rivalry. Infrastructure reconstruction was a central aspect of Berlin's post-war recovery and long-term significance. Roads, bridges, railways, and public utilities had been severely damaged, necessitating coordinated efforts to restore essential services. The repair of water, electricity, and sanitation networks was critical for both public health and the functioning of civil society. Urban planning initiatives aimed not only to restore pre-war functionality, but also to adapt to the needs of a changing population and political environment. The rebuilding of Berlin demonstrated the importance of technical expertise, resource management, and administrative oversight in transforming a devastated urban landscape into a functioning city capable of supporting long-term social and economic activity. Education and cultural renewal were essential components of Berlin's historical legacy. Schools, universities, and cultural institutions played critical roles in fostering civic engagement, transmitting historical knowledge, and promoting social cohesion. Educational programs addressed both practical skills for reconstruction and the cultivation of democratic values, human rights awareness, and historical consciousness. Libraries, museums, and archives preserved documents, photographs, and artifacts from the wartime period, providing resources for research, education, and public memory. These initiatives reinforced the importance of knowledge preservation, cultural resilience, and the role of education in shaping post-war society. The psychological impact of the city's fall and subsequent occupation influenced the development of collective memory and historical narratives. Survivors, witnesses, and participants navigated trauma, loss, and displacement while reconstructing their understanding of events. Oral histories, personal memoirs, and official reports documented experiences from multiple perspectives, contributing to a nuanced and multifaceted historical record. This process highlighted the interplay between memory, identity, and historical documentation, demonstrating how individual and collective recollections shaped the understanding of past events. Berlin's story became not only a record of military achievement, but also a testament to human endurance and adaptation. International recognition of Berlin's significance emerged through both political and cultural channels. The city's fall symbolized the end of Nazi military power, the assertion of Soviet influence in Eastern Europe, and the necessity of Allied cooperation in post-war governance. Diplomatic correspondence, treaties, and policy decisions reflected the strategic importance of Berlin in shaping European political arrangements, including the division of Germany into occupation zones, the administration of post-war justice, and the planning of reconstruction efforts. The city's status as a political and symbolic center underscored the broader implications of urban control in shaping regional and global outcomes. The documentation and preservation of wartime artifacts, records, and sites further contributed to Berlin's historical significance. The Reich Chancellery, the Führerbunker, and other key locations were cataloged, studied, and sometimes preserved as reminders of the ideological, administrative, and operational structures of the Third Reich. Museums, archives, and educational programs ensured that these sites became instruments of historical education, promoting accountability and fostering public understanding of the consequences of authoritarian governance. This dual focus on physical preservation and historical interpretation reinforced Berlin's role as a center of memory and historical scholarship. Civilian reconstruction efforts extended beyond physical infrastructure to include social and economic networks. Residents engaged in informal trade, cooperative labor, and community organization to restore a sense of order and stability. Civic engagement allowed individuals to reclaim agency, contribute to urban recovery, and establish functional routines in the midst of adversity. These processes illustrated the interdependence of social, economic, and infrastructural recovery, highlighting how urban resilience depended on both institutional oversight and grassroots participation. Berlin's experience offered a model for understanding the complexities of urban recovery in post-conflict environments. The symbolic resonance of Berlin's fall continued to shape post-war discourse. The city became a reference point for discussions of ideological defeat, human suffering, and the responsibilities of governance. Monuments, memorials, and educational initiatives commemorated both civilian and military experiences, providing spaces for reflection and public engagement. Berlin's transformation from the epicenter of Nazi power to a site of reconstruction and memory underscored the capacity of cities to embody historical narratives, political symbolism, and cultural identity. The city's legacy became inseparable from its role in shaping the collective understanding of 20th century conflict and human resilience. By the conclusion of this initial examination of Berlin's long-term legacy, the city had transitioned from a battlefield and occupation zone to a site of reconstruction, memory, and historical significance. Physical rebuilding, civilian adaptation, and administrative oversight created the foundation for ongoing recovery, while education, cultural preservation, and documentation ensured that the lessons of war would inform future generations. Berlin's fall and subsequent reconstruction exemplified the multifaceted nature of urban transformation in post-conflict contexts, reflecting the interplay of military, political, social, and cultural forces in shaping the historical narrative of one of the most consequential cities of the 20th century. Chapter 15: Berlin's Long-Term Legacy and Historical Significance. The fall of Berlin in 1945 marked not only the end of a brutal conflict in Europe, but also the beginning of a complex and enduring legacy that would shape the historical, political, and cultural narrative of the 20th century. Berlin, once the heart of the Third Reich, became a symbol of total defeat, human suffering, and the resilience of a population forced to navigate the aftermath of total war. The city's transformation, from a battlefield of intense urban warfare to a site of occupation, reconstruction, and historical memory, underscored the interconnectedness of military, social, and cultural processes in shaping the long-term significance of urban centers in the modern era in the immediate aftermath of the city's capture. Berlin's urban landscape reflected the devastating toll of warfare. Entire districts had been obliterated by artillery, bombing, and street fighting. Key administrative centers, cultural landmarks, and residential neighborhoods lay in ruins. The destruction was both physical and symbolic. It represented the collapse of Nazi governance, the fragility of political power, and the human cost of ideological extremism. The visible ruins of Berlin served as a stark reminder to both civilians and occupying forces of the consequences of total war, illustrating how military action could reshape not only the physical environment, but also the social and psychological fabric of a city. Civilian adaptation and resilience played a critical role in the city's early recovery. Families navigated the destruction, scavenging for food, salvaging materials, and improvising shelters. Children, traumatized by months of conflict, required care, education, and protection, while adults took on roles in reconstruction, security, and resource distribution. The interplay between civilian initiative and military oversight was essential in stabilizing the urban population, preventing disorder, and fostering a sense of agency amidst pervasive hardship. These experiences highlighted the human capacity for adaptation and collaboration in the face of extreme adversity. The fall of Berlin also had profound implications for post-war politics and governance. The division of the city into sectors controlled by the Soviet Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, and later France created a unique administrative environment where competing political ideologies coexisted in a highly constrained urban space. This multi-sector occupation required careful coordination, negotiation, and enforcement of rules to maintain stability and prevent conflict. It also reflected the broader geopolitical tensions emerging between East and West, foreshadowing the ideological divisions that would dominate Europe during the Cold War. Berlin became a microcosm of global political dynamics, illustrating how urban centers could serve as both strategic objectives and symbols of international rivalry. Infrastructure reconstruction was a central aspect of Berlin's post-war recovery and long-term significance. Roads, bridges, railways, and public utilities had been severely damaged, necessitating coordinated efforts to restore essential services. The repair of water, electricity, and sanitation networks was critical for both public health and the functioning of civil society. Urban planning initiatives aimed not only to restore pre-war functionality, but also to adapt to the needs of a changing population and political environment. The rebuilding of Berlin demonstrated the importance of technical expertise, resource management, and administrative oversight in transforming a devastated urban landscape into a functioning city capable of supporting long-term social and economic activity. Education and cultural renewal were essential components of Berlin's historical legacy. Schools, universities, and cultural institutions played critical roles in fostering civic engagement, transmitting historical knowledge, and promoting social cohesion. Educational programs addressed both practical skills for reconstruction and the cultivation of democratic values, human rights awareness, and historical consciousness. Libraries, museums, and archives preserved documents, photographs, and artifacts from the wartime period, providing resources for research, education, and public memory. These initiatives reinforced the importance of knowledge preservation, cultural resilience, and the role of education in shaping post-war society. The psychological impact of the city's fall and subsequent occupation influenced the development of collective memory and historical narratives. Survivors, witnesses, and participants navigated trauma, loss, and displacement while reconstructing their understanding of events. Oral histories, personal memoirs, and official reports documented experiences from multiple perspectives, contributing to a nuanced and multifaceted historical record. This process highlighted the interplay between memory, identity, and historical documentation, demonstrating how individual and collective recollections shaped the understanding of past events. Berlin's story became not only a record of military achievement, but also a testament to human endurance and adaptation. International recognition of Berlin's significance emerged through both political and cultural channels. The city's fall symbolized the end of Nazi military power, the assertion of Soviet influence in Eastern Europe, and the necessity of Allied cooperation in post-war governance. Diplomatic correspondence, treaties, and policy decisions reflected the strategic importance of Berlin in shaping European political arrangements, including the division of Germany into occupation zones, the administration of post-war justice, and the planning of reconstruction efforts. The city's status as a political and symbolic center underscored the broader implications of urban control in shaping regional and global outcomes. The documentation and preservation of wartime artifacts, records, and sites further contributed to Berlin's historical significance. The Reich Chancellery, the Führerbunker, and other key locations were cataloged, studied, and sometimes preserved as reminders of the ideological, administrative, and operational structures of the Third Reich. Museums, archives, and educational programs ensured that these sites became instruments of historical education, promoting accountability and fostering public understanding of the consequences of authoritarian governance. This dual focus on physical preservation and historical interpretation reinforced Berlin's role as a center of memory and historical scholarship. Civilian reconstruction efforts extended beyond physical infrastructure to include social and economic networks. Residents engaged in informal trade, cooperative labor, and community organization to restore a sense of order and stability. Civic engagement allowed individuals to reclaim agency, contribute to urban recovery, and establish functional routines in the midst of adversity. These processes illustrated the interdependence of social, economic, and infrastructural recovery, highlighting how urban resilience depended on both institutional oversight and grassroots participation. Berlin's experience offered a model for understanding the complexities of urban recovery in post-conflict environments. The symbolic resonance of Berlin's fall continued to shape post-war discourse. The city became a reference point for discussions of ideological defeat, human suffering, and the responsibilities of governance. Monuments, memorials, and educational initiatives commemorated both civilian and military experiences, providing spaces for reflection and public engagement. Berlin's transformation from the epicenter of Nazi power to a site of reconstruction and memory underscored the capacity of cities to embody historical narratives, political symbolism, and cultural identity. The city's legacy became inseparable from its role in shaping the collective understanding of 20th century conflict and human resilience. By the conclusion of this initial examination of Berlin's long-term legacy, the city had transitioned from a battlefield and occupation zone to a site of reconstruction, memory, and historical significance. Physical rebuilding, civilian adaptation, and administrative oversight created the foundation for ongoing recovery, while education, cultural preservation, and documentation ensured that the lessons of war would inform future generations. Berlin's fall and subsequent reconstruction exemplified the multifaceted nature of urban transformation in post-conflict contexts, reflecting the interplay of military, political, social, and cultural forces in shaping the historical narrative of one of the most consequential cities of the 20th century. The final phase of Berlin's post-war history emphasized not only physical reconstruction, but also the long-term shaping of political, cultural, and social memory. By the time immediate humanitarian concerns were stabilized, the city had become a focal point for ideological, historical, and international attention. Berlin's experience embodied the complex consequences of total war, reflecting the interconnectedness of military conquest, civilian adaptation, governance, and memory. Its streets, public spaces, and institutions carried the marks of both destruction and renewal, demonstrating how urban environments can serve as repositories of human experience, trauma, and resilience across generations. One of the most significant aspects of Berlin's long-term legacy was its role as a symbol of political and ideological change. The fall of the city represented the definitive collapse of the Nazi regime and the failure of authoritarian governance in Europe. Allied powers leveraged this symbolism to promote narratives of victory, justice, and democratic reconstruction. Soviet authorities emphasized their military achievement in occupying the city, while Western allies highlighted their commitment to rebuilding civil society and establishing rule of law. These competing narratives underscored the political significance of Berlin as both a physical space and a symbolic entity, illustrating how urban centers can embody broader ideological struggles in the aftermath of conflict. Urban reconstruction continued to shape the city's character and social dynamics. Residential areas, administrative centers, and public infrastructure were gradually restored, reflecting both practical necessity and long-term planning. Roads, bridges, and rail systems facilitated movement and economic recovery, while utilities such as electricity, water, and sanitation were restored incrementally to support civilian life. The reconstruction process required cooperation between occupying authorities and local residents, highlighting the interdependence of governance, technical expertise, and community engagement. Berlin's recovery demonstrated how urban resilience depended not only on physical rebuilding, but also on the reconstruction of social and administrative networks. Economic revival played a critical role in stabilizing post-war Berlin. Traditional markets and employment structures had collapsed, requiring adaptive strategies for survival. Civilians engaged in informal trade, cooperative labor, and small-scale production to meet daily needs. Allied authorities coordinated rationing and resource allocation while supporting the gradual reintegration of civilian labor into productive roles. Over time, these efforts laid the foundation for more formalized economic structures, illustrating how urban recovery required the simultaneous restoration of physical infrastructure, social order, and economic functionality. Berlin's revival offered a model for understanding the interplay between civilian agency and administrative oversight in post-conflict economies. Education and cultural preservation remained central to Berlin's evolving identity. Schools and universities provided instruction, socialization, and a framework for transmitting historical knowledge. Cultural institutions, including museums, archives, and theaters, facilitated both learning and reflection, enabling residents to engage with the city's history and understand the consequences of war. Historical documentation, oral histories, and archival preservation ensured that future generations could access first-hand accounts and material evidence of the city's experience. These initiatives reinforced the importance of education and culture in fostering civic identity, resilience, and critical reflection in the aftermath of conflict. Public memory and historical narrative played a crucial role in Berlin's post-war development. Monuments, memorials, and commemorative sites were established to honor both civilian suffering and military sacrifice. Key locations associated with the Nazi regime, including the Reich Chancellery and the Führerbunker, were documented and sometimes preserved to provide historical evidence of authoritarian governance, strategic planning, and ideological enforcement. Museums and educational programs contextualize these sites, promoting awareness of the consequences of totalitarianism, the importance of justice, and the resilience of civilian populations. Berlin became both a living city and a center of historical consciousness, illustrating the interrelationship between urban space and collective memory. The division of Berlin into occupation sectors continued to influence its political and social development. Soviet, American, British, and later French authorities maintained administrative control over their respective areas, shaping governance, resource distribution, and civic engagement. Sector boundaries influenced daily life, creating variations in law enforcement, infrastructure restoration, and public services. The presence of multiple authorities necessitated ongoing coordination, negotiation, and problem-solving, highlighting the challenges of multi-power governance in a densely populated and historically significant urban environment. These early arrangements foreshadowed the eventual division of the city into East and West Berlin, which would remain a defining feature of the Cold War era. Civilians played an active role in shaping Berlin's post-war trajectory. Participation in reconstruction projects, community networks, and informal governance structures allowed residents to regain agency, contribute to recovery efforts, and restore social cohesion. Volunteer labor, cooperative enterprises, and grassroots initiatives complemented official efforts, demonstrating the capacity of urban populations to adapt, innovate, and participate in rebuilding processes. The integration of civilian action into the broader framework of governance and recovery underscored the importance of local knowledge, social networks, and collective resilience in post-conflict urban environments. The legal and administrative legacy of Berlin's fall was equally significant. Documentation of wartime operations, captured officials, and surviving records provided the foundation for post-war justice, including war crimes trials and denazification programs. Allied authorities established legal frameworks to investigate, prosecute, and document responsibility for atrocities committed during the Nazi period. These processes emphasized accountability, the rule of law, and the importance of historical documentation in shaping post-conflict governance. Berlin's experience illustrated how legal, administrative, and historical frameworks intersected to create a foundation for long-term political and social stability. Health and welfare initiatives contributed to both physical recovery and social cohesion. Medical services, public health campaigns, and nutrition programs addressed the immediate needs of a population weakened by trauma, malnutrition, and disease. Long-term planning included the restoration of hospitals, clinics, and public health infrastructure, ensuring sustainable care for the civilian population. Community participation in caregiving, sanitation, and public health reinforced social networks and created opportunities for civic engagement. These measures demonstrated how the intersection of health, governance, and community action was essential for sustainable urban recovery and the long-term well-being of Berlin's population. Berlin's cultural and intellectual life gradually re-emerged as the city stabilized. Artists, writers, and scholars began to document, interpret, and reflect on the experiences of the war and occupation. Public discourse addressed themes of resilience, memory, and responsibility, providing platforms for debate, reconciliation, and education. These cultural and intellectual efforts reinforced the role of Berlin as a center of reflection, historical inquiry, and civic engagement, highlighting the importance of culture in fostering both understanding and cohesion in post-conflict societies. By the conclusion of this final phase, Berlin had transformed from a devastated battlefield into a city engaged in reconstruction, historical reflection, and social adaptation. Physical infrastructure, governance structures, and civilian networks had been restored, while education, cultural preservation, and historical documentation ensured the enduring significance of the city's experience. Berlin's fall and subsequent recovery illustrated the multifaceted consequences of urban conflict, demonstrating the interplay between military action, civilian resilience, political authority, and historical memory. The city's legacy extended far beyond its streets, influencing European politics, post-war reconstruction, and the collective understanding of human endurance and the consequences of totalitarianism.